Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. These are real, documented experiences, carefully curated and adapted to keep the facts clear and the atmosphere calm enough for sleep. Please like and subscribe and tap the bell to catch each new episode. No more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then a clean run to the end. Quiet documentary true narration with a literary edge for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. At 3:17 a.m., the call light for room 12 came on, steady and deliberate as if someone had pressed it with purpose. I remember noticing it, because that room wasn't supposed to be active. The bed had been stripped at the start of my shift, the monitor powered down, the chart closed. We were holding it for a transfer that hadn't arrived. I had checked it myself just after midnight, out of habit. Empty bed, clean rails, the faint antiseptic smell that never really leaves an ICU room. Nothing out of place. But at 3:17 the light was on. I was charting at the station when it lit up. No flicker, no glitchy pulse, just a solid glow, the kind you respond to without thinking. I marked the time automatically, stood up, and headed down the hall with my pen still clipped to my collar. The ICU at night has a particular rhythm. Machines breathe for people, monitors tick out steady reassurance, or sudden alarms. Footsteps echo more than they should. That night, everything felt normal except for that light. It didn't belong to the rhythm. I pushed the door open with the back of my hand. Room 12 was exactly as I had left it. The bed was made but unused, corners tight. The IV pole stood bare. The monitor was dark. The call button lay coiled on the bed, untouched. The light above the door stayed on behind me. I stepped inside and reached for the call button, lifting it from the sheet. It was cold. Not just room temperature, cold in a way that made me aware of it. I pressed it once to reset. Out in the hall, the light went off. I checked the panel near the bed, cycling the system the way we're trained to do when something misfires. No fault codes, no loose connections. I even bent down and followed the cable from the button to the wall jack, making sure it hadn't been tampered with or pinched. Everything was intact. I stood there longer than necessary, listening. Hospitals are never truly quiet, but you learn to separate background noise from what matters. There was nothing unusual. No phantom alarms, no distant voices, no movement in the room. Just the faint hum of the building. I left, closing the door gently behind me. Back at the station, I logged it as a minor equipment anomaly and moved on. There's always something. You don't chase every oddity, or you'd never get through a shift. For a while, nothing else happened. Around 4 or 5, I made my usual rounds. Vitals, meds, repositioning. The routine keeps you grounded. It's a sequence you can rely on when everything else is uncertain. I passed room 12 without looking in. There was no reason to. At 4:32, the call light came on again. This time I saw it from the far end of the hall. Same steady glow. Same room. I felt it before I thought it. Something tightening in my chest. A hesitation I couldn't justify. Then training took over again. I walked back. Slower this time, noticing things I hadn't earlier. The way the overhead lights seemed slightly dimmer in that section. The way the air felt cooler near the door. I told myself it was the HVAC. Night cycles, reduced traffic. Normal explanations. I opened the door. Again, the room was empty, but something had changed. The call button was no longer on the bed. It hung off the side. The cord stretched just enough that the plastic rested against the floor. Not tangled, not yanked, just repositioned. I stepped inside and picked it up. It was warmer now. Not by much, but enough that I noticed the difference immediately. I pressed the button. The light outside clicked off. I stood there with it in my hand, looking around the room as if I'd missed something obvious. There were no impressions on the bed, no disturbed linens, no signs anyone had been there. The door hadn't been opened since I'd last left. It makes a specific sound, a soft pressure seal that I always register, even subconsciously. Still, The button had moved. I placed it back on the bed, exactly where it had been earlier, coiling the cord neatly beside it. Then I did something I don't usually do. I checked the intercom. Each ICU room has a two-way system connected to the station. You can speak into it from the desk, and it broadcasts into the room and vice versa. It's mostly used for quick check-ins when you can't step away. I pressed the test button. Static filled the room for a second, then cleared. No feedback, no distortion. Room 12. Test, I said, keeping my voice even. Nothing answered. I released the button and waited. Silence. I turned to leave, telling myself that was enough. Equipment glitch. Slight misplacement. Nothing more. As I reached the door, the intercom clicked. Not loudly, just a soft mechanical shift. The kind that happens when a channel opens. I froze. There was a breath. It came through the speaker with a faint distortion, like someone standing too close to a cheap microphone. A single inhale, then a pause, and then I heard my own voice. It said my name, not shouted, not whispered, just spoken. Exactly the way I would say it to get my own attention. Firm, controlled, familiar. I didn't respond. I couldn't. The voice came again, this time tighter, strained in a way that made my stomach drop. Please help me. It was me. Every inflection, every cadence, the slight flattening of vowels I've had since childhood, the way I clip the end of certain words when I'm tired. It was all there. I stepped back into the room without realizing I'd moved. The speaker was mounted above the head of the bed. I stared at it, waiting for something else, for static, for another voice, for anything that would make sense of it. Nothing came. I pressed the intercom button again, harder than necessary. This is Nurse. I stopped myself, my voice catching in a way I didn't recognize. I tried again, steadier. This is the ICU. Identify yourself. Silence. Then the faint click of the channel closing. I stood there for a long time, the kind of stillness that feels like it stretches beyond the room. My thoughts were trying to assemble something logical. Crossed wires, audio feedback loop, someone at the station playing a prank though. That didn't fit any of the people I worked with. Eventually I left the room and went straight to the desk. No one was on the intercom. The system log showed no outgoing transmissions to room 12 at that time. No incoming calls either. Just the activation of the call light twice, both manually triggered according to the system. I didn't tell anyone what I'd heard. Not right away. I logged the anomaly again, more thoroughly this time, and noted the intercom irregularity without describing the voice. It felt important to keep it contained. Factual. Around 5:10. One of my coworkers mentioned room 12 in passing. She was flipping through charts, half-focused, and said something about the last patient we'd had in there, an older man, cardiac complications. He'd declined quickly over 2 nights and passed just before my shift the previous day. I had been there at the end, managing meds, adjusting monitors, doing everything by protocol. I remembered his voice, faint and breathless near the end. I remembered how he had pressed the call button repeatedly in the hours before he lost the strength to do it at all. I asked her what time he had died. She checked the chart. 3:17, she said. The number settled into me in a way I couldn't shake. I went back to room 12 one more time before the end of my shift. The door opened the same way. The room looked the same. The call button was where I had placed it, coiled neatly on the bed. I didn't step fully inside this time. I stood at the threshold watching. The air felt colder again, but that could have been anything. The building, the hour, my own awareness sharpening every detail. I waited. Nothing happened. No light, no sound, no movement. After a minute, I reached in and pressed the call button myself. Out in the hall, the light came on. I held it for a few seconds, then released it. The light stayed on until I reset it from the wall panel. Just like it should, everything functioned normally. Before I left, I looked at the intercom one last time. The speaker sat there, silent and unremarkable, as if it had never carried anything but routine communication. I didn't test it again. When my shift ended, I handed off my patients and wrote my report. I included the equipment issues, the repeated call light activation, the checks I had performed. I did not include the voice. There are things you document, and there are things you don't. Not because they aren't real, but because there's no place for them in the system we rely on. I went home, slept badly, and came back the next night. Room 12 was still empty. The light didn't come on at 3:17. The intercom stayed silent. But now, every time I pass that door during the night shift, I feel a moment of hesitation I can't train away. I find myself listening for something that may never come again, replaying that voice in my head and measuring it against my own. Sometimes when the ICU settles into its quietest hour and the monitors fade into the background, I catch myself wondering which version of that moment was real. The one where I stood in an empty room holding a cold piece of plastic, or the one where something that sounded exactly like me asked for help from a place I was already standing. And every now and then, without meaning to, I check the time as I walk past. 3:17 looks different now, like a point you can cross without noticing until you're already on the other side, hearing something that shouldn't be there, recognizing it before you understand it, and realizing too late that whatever called out might not have been separate from me at all. I first noticed the photograph because it wasn't level with the others. The memorial wall runs the length of the east corridor, opposite the nurse's station, a neat grid of frames that never changes except when a new one goes up. Part of my job on nights is to keep that corridor presentable, wipe the handrails, collect abandoned cups, straighten anything that looks off. I had my cart with me, the wheels ticking over the seam in the linoleum, when I saw one frame sitting a thumb's width lower than the row it belonged to. It was a small thing, the kind you fix without thinking. I set down my cloth, lifted the frame, and felt the resistance of the hook catching again. It settled into place with a soft click. I checked the line of frames on either side, made sure the gaps matched. Routine, I moved on. I remember the face, though I didn't at the time. That came later after I'd seen it too many nights in a row to ignore. The corridor was quiet the way hospitals get after midnight, when even the machines seem to lower their voices. The charge nurse had the station to herself, head bent over a chart, the desk lamp making a small island of light. I passed by once more before my break and glanced at the wall out of habit. The frame had slipped again, not crooked this time. Lower, it sat half an inch below where I'd set it, as if it had been carefully moved down along the wall. I stood there longer than I needed to, my cloth hanging from my hand, and checked the hook. It was secure, the backing was tight. There wasn't any obvious reason for it to move. I lifted it back up and pressed it into place harder than before. Then I pressed the ones beside it, just to be sure they were steady. Nothing else shifted. I told myself the wall bracket might be loose. Old buildings settle. Things shift when the heat kicks on. It was a reasonable explanation, and I kept it because the alternative would have required me to invent something I wasn't prepared to name. The next night I went straight to the wall before I even started my rounds. The frame was lower again. Not much, just enough that I knew it hadn't been bumped. No one brushes against that part of the corridor. It's too far from the main traffic, and the rest of the row remained perfectly aligned, like a line of teeth with one slowly sinking out of place. I took it down. This time, I carried it to the station and set it on the counter, careful not to leave smudges on the glass. The charge nurse looked up when I did, her eyes flicking to the frame and back to me. I told her it wouldn't stay on the wall. She said to leave it there and she'd have maintenance check the hook in the morning. I remember the photograph more clearly then. A man, maybe in his 60s, clean shirt, no tie, the kind of neutral smile people make when they're told to hold still for a second. There was a nameplate at the bottom of the frame, but I didn't read it. I didn't have a reason to. I finished my shift. When I came back the following night, the frame was back on the wall, in the same spot as before. I stood there with my cart and felt a small, unhelpful irritation. Maintenance hadn't come through overnight. I would have heard them. No one had mentioned fixing it. I checked the hook again. It was the same as every other one, solid and unbent. The frame was level. I didn't touch it that night. I told myself if it dropped again, I'd mark the wall or swap the frame out entirely. There are practical ways to deal with stubborn things. It didn't drop while I watched, but by the time I made my last pass, just before handoff, it had moved. Lower. A pattern started to form then, though I didn't admit it right away. The movement was small, consistent, and always in the same direction. It never tilted. It never fell. It just descended, a fraction at a time, like it was following a line only it could see. Over the next few nights, I stopped fixing it immediately. I began to pay attention. I noted where it sat relative to the seam in the wall panel. I checked it against the edge of the bulletin board across the hall. I made a point of passing by at the same times during my rounds. Each time it was a little lower than before, not enough that anyone else would notice without looking for it, but enough that I could see the change if I stood still and let my eyes settle. No other frame moved. That was the part that bothered me more than the movement itself. If it had been the wall, or the heat, or the building settling, something else would have shifted. A second frame would have followed. But the grid remained perfect, except for that one. I started to think about the man in the photograph, but not in any sentimental way, more like trying to remember where I'd seen him before. Night porters see a lot of faces without really looking at them. Patients come and go. Some stay long enough that you recognize them in passing. Most don't. On the 5th night, I read the nameplate. It didn't help. It was just a name and 2 dates. No context, no room number, no indication of how long he'd been here or who had visited him. I asked the charge nurse about it, keeping my tone casual. She glanced at the wall, followed my line of sight, and shrugged. Said he'd been here a while back. Quiet case, not much family. She went back to her charting. That was all the information I got. After that, I started to notice something else. The frame wasn't just moving down, it was moving across. At first, it was subtle enough that I thought I'd misjudged the spacing. But over the course of a week, it became clear that the photograph was no longer directly beneath the frame above it. It had shifted a fraction to the right, just enough to break the vertical alignment, and it kept doing that, down and right, always the same direction, always the same slow pace. If you drew a line from where it started, it would eventually intersect with the nurse's station. I didn't like that thought, so I avoided it for as long as I could. Instead, I tested other explanations. I checked the wall for a slope. I pressed along the paneling to see if there was any give. I even swapped the frame with an identical empty one from storage for a single night, just to see if the movement followed the hook or the picture. The empty frame stayed where I put it. The photograph, when I returned it to the wall, resumed its movement the next night as if nothing had changed. That was when I stopped trying to fix it. There's a point in certain jobs where you learn the difference between a problem you can solve and a situation you're only meant to witness. I had crossed that point without realizing it. I began to think of the movement as a process rather than a defect. Each night, I would check its position at the start of my shift, then again at the end. The change was always there. Slow, deliberate, unhurried. It never reversed. It never paused long enough to suggest randomness. The charge nurse noticed it eventually. She didn't mention it directly, just made a comment one night about the wall looking uneven. I watched her eyes linger on the photograph for a second longer than the others. She didn't reach out to fix it. She turned back to her work. We both started to leave it alone. The corridor itself didn't change. The same low hum of machines. The same distant footsteps from other wings. The same pattern of light and shadow as doors opened and closed down the hall. But that one section of wall began to feel different, as if it held a quiet center of attention that didn't belong to the rest of the building. The photograph continued its path. It passed beneath 2 frames that had been there longer than I had worked nights. It moved clear of the grid, no longer aligned with any row or column. It entered the open space between the memorial wall and the edge of the station's light. That was when I understood where it was going. Not in a sudden realization, but in a gradual acceptance of a direction I had already traced. If it continued at the same rate, the same angle, It would end up directly facing the nurse's station. Not beside it, not near it, facing it, as if it wanted to be seen. The night it reached the edge of the station's light, I stood there longer than usual. The charge nurse was at her desk, writing. The lamp cast a clean rectangle across the counter, leaving the rest of the corridor in a softer glow. The photograph sat just outside that rectangle, the man's face still caught in that neutral patient expression. I didn't touch it, I didn't measure it or compare it to anything else. I just stood there and looked at it, and for the first time, I let myself consider the simplest version of what I was seeing. A man who had lived quietly, a stay in a hospital where not much happened, a death that didn't draw much attention, a photograph placed among many others, all arranged to be remembered in the same way. And then, over nights that no one was meant to notice, a slow movement toward the only place in that corridor where someone was always present, where someone would always be looking up, even if just for a second. The movement didn't feel random anymore. It felt directed. After that, I stopped checking it at the end of my shift. It didn't seem right to measure it like a task to be completed. Instead, I would pass by once at the start of the night, acknowledge where it was, and then leave it to whatever process it was following. The charge nurse did the same. We never discussed it directly. There wasn't a need. On the night it reached its final position, I knew it before I saw it. There was a stillness to the corridor that felt different from the usual quiet. Not heavier, just settled. The photograph hung at eye level with the station, centered in the open space, no longer part of the grid. It faced the desk directly, the man's gaze aligned with where the nurse would sit. It was level. It didn't move again. I stood there for a long time, my card at my side, the cloth dry in my hand. The charge nurse looked up once, followed my gaze, and then returned to her work without adjusting anything. We left the rest of the wall as it was. No one from maintenance ever came to fix it. No one from administration asked why a single frame had broken from the pattern. It remained there, just outside the formal arrangement, as if it had always been intended to occupy that space. Over time, new photographs were added to the grid. They filled in the rows above and below, extending the pattern further down the corridor, but they stopped short of that open space. Whether by instruction or by some unspoken understanding, that area was left clear. The man's photograph stayed where it had settled. Sometimes, during the quieter parts of the night, I would find myself at the station, going over my checklist, and I would feel the sense of being observed, not in a threatening way, more like the awareness you get when someone is waiting for you to notice them. When I looked up, my eyes would land on the photograph. The expression never changed. The lighting remained the same. There was nothing in the image itself that suggested anything beyond what it was, but the position made a difference. And a difference, it wasn't one among many anymore. It had a place of its own, directly across from the only point of constant human activity in that stretch of hallway, a place where it could be seen. I don't try to explain it. There are things in that building that follow reasons we don't document, patterns that form without being assigned, movements that don't fit the usual causes, but still arrive at clear outcomes. My job is to keep the floors clean, the rails polished, and the corridors orderly. It doesn't require me to understand everything I encounter, only to recognize when something no longer belongs to my list of tasks. The photograph is one of those things. I still pass it every night. I still notice it the way I noticed it the first time, because it sits just outside the order of everything else. It doesn't shift. It doesn't tilt. It doesn't ask to be corrected. It remains where it moved itself to be, facing the station, part of the corridor in a way the others aren't. And I've come to accept that whatever caused it, whatever need or absence set it in motion, has already been resolved by its arrival. So I leave it there, level and still, in the light where someone is always present to look up and meet it for a second, before returning to their work. I found the first entry by accident, tucked between two discharge summaries that should have been routine. It was a thin sheet older than the rest, its edges softened by handling that couldn't have happened in our sealed archives. The handwriting was tight, deliberate, almost surgical in its precision. It described a patient's final minutes in a way no official record ever would. No codes, no abbreviations, no sterile phrasing, just observation, breath by breath, the exact angle of the head when it turned, the way the fingers curled, not in pain but as if remembering something. It ended with a timestamp that matched the official time of death in the system, but the voice and the writing didn't belong to any report I'd ever processed. I'm a medical records archivist, meticulous by necessity, by temperament. I catalog, cross-reference, and preserve. I don't interpret, I don't embellish. My job is to make sure every document is where it should be, and nothing more. So the moment I realized that sheet didn't belong, it should have been simple. Flag it, remove it, report it. Instead, I kept reading. The file it was tucked into belonged to a patient who had passed nearly 20 years ago. I pulled the rest of the records, scanned files, physician notes, nurse logs, all clean, all consistent, no mention of this narrative. I checked the metadata. The anomalous page wasn't logged in the system. No scan date, no author, no origin, just ink on paper. That should have been the end of it. But by the end of my shift, I had found 3 more, each one in a different file. Each one describing a death in the same exacting detail. Each one matching the official records perfectly, but going further, describing things no one would have thought to write down. The smell in the room, the flicker of a monitor just before it went flat, the way a nurse adjusted a blanket without realizing it didn't matter anymore, and all of them written in the same hand. I started staying late. The hospital quiets in layers. First the visiting hours end, then the overhead announcements stop, then even the machines seemed to hum more softly. By the time I was alone in the basement archive, it felt like I was working inside something that had already been concluded. I began to look for patterns, dates, mostly. The entries spanned decades, but there was no obvious gap, no clear beginning. It was as if someone had been documenting these moments continuously, unnoticed. I checked personnel records for past archivists. There had been several before me, of course. Turnover wasn't unusual. Some had stayed for years, others only months. I requested access to their employment files under the pretense of a records audit. Nothing stood out at first. Names, dates, routine departures, until I found a note attached to one file. It wasn't part of the official documentation, just a loose slip scanned in without comment. The handwriting was familiar, not identical to the entries, but close enough that I felt it in my chest before I understood why. The note read, "Continue." That was all. No context, no signature, just that single word written with the same careful pressure, the same measured spacing. I stopped sleeping well after that, not because I was afraid. That would have been easier to explain. It was something else, something like anticipation. Like I had overlooked a detail that was about to become obvious. A week later, I was asked to retrieve a file from one of the upper floors. It wasn't my usual work. Archivists don't typically interact with active cases. But the system had flagged a discrepancy, and I was the one available. The patient was still alive when I arrived. An older man. Monitor steady, though not strong. The room smelled faintly of antiseptic, and something underneath it. Something warmer, human. I stood in the doorway longer than necessary, confirming the identification details on my tablet. Name, date of birth, admission time, everything matched. I should have left. Instead, I stepped inside. There was no one else in the room. The nurse had likely stepped out. The patient's eyes were closed, his breathing shallow but regular. I remember noticing the position of his hands, one resting flat, the other slightly curled. I don't know why that mattered. I just remember thinking it did. The monitor gave a soft, irregular beep. Not an alarm, just a variation. I stayed. The minutes passed, or maybe less. Time doesn't behave normally when you're watching for something you can't define. Then his breathing changed. Subtle at first. A slight hesitation between inhales, then longer pauses. I didn't call anyone. I told myself it wasn't my place. But that wasn't the real reason. The real reason was that I wanted to see. The final breath wasn't dramatic. There was no sudden movement, no visible struggle, just a quiet cessation, like a sentence ending without punctuation. The monitor flattened a moment later. I stood there, looking at the screen, then at his face. And without thinking, I reached into my pocket. I always carry a pen. It's part of the job. There are still forms that require signatures, annotations that can't be trusted to digital systems alone. I found a clipboard at the foot of the bed, blank paper. I started writing. Not notes, not a report, just what I saw. The way his chest had risen one last time, almost imperceptibly. The angle of his head tilted slightly to the right. The position of his fingers, one hand still open, the other gently curled. I wrote about the sound of the monitor, the faint hum of the overhead light, the absence of anyone else in the room. I wrote until there was nothing left to observe. Then I stopped. I didn't realize what I had done until I looked at the page. The handwriting was mine. Of course it was. But it wasn't the way I usually write. It was tighter, more controlled. Each letter formed with a precision I don't consciously use. I felt something shift then, not in the room but in my understanding of it. I took the page with me. Back in the archive, I compared it to the others. Side by side, there was no difference, not just similar, identical. The spacing, the pressure, the way certain letters connected, details I had never paid attention to in my own writing, were mirrored perfectly in documents that had existed long before I arrived. I checked the dates again. Some of those entries were older than I am. I went back to the personnel files. This time, I looked more closely. Each archivist had a tenure. Each tenure overlapped with a series of entries, and then, at some point, the entries would stop. Shortly after, the archivist would leave. No explanation, no incident report. Just a quiet end to their employment, followed by a gap, then a new archivist, then new entries. I found more notes, hidden the same way as the first, slipped into files, scanned without comment. Short phrases, instructions almost. Observe, record, do not omit. They were all in that same handwriting. My handwriting. I started bringing paper with me when I went upstairs. At first, I told myself it was for verification, cross-checking details in real time, but I knew that wasn't why. The second time I witnessed a death, I was already writing before it happened. Not predictions, just positioning the page, noting the room, the patient, the time. When it came, I captured it the same way. Breath, movement, stillness. Each entry felt necessary, not compelled, not forced, just correct. Like I was fulfilling a function that had been waiting for me. Days blurred into a pattern. Archive, floor, archive again. Each new entry I wrote matched the older ones perfectly, as if I were copying from a template I couldn't see. I stopped questioning where the earlier records had come from. The better question was why they had always felt familiar. One evening, I stayed later than usual. The basement was nearly silent. The overhead lights dimmed to their lowest setting. I sat at my desk, surrounded by files that now felt less like records and more like a continuum. I pulled one at random. Inside was an entry I hadn't seen before. It described a death in the archive itself. No patient name, no room number, just a setting I recognized immediately. The basement, the rows of shelving, the faint hum of the climate control system. The writer, me, had described sitting at the desk reviewing files. The timestamp was blank. The description stopped mid-observation, as if the event had not yet concluded. I felt a pressure in my chest then, not fear but recognition. I looked down at my hands, at the pen resting between my fingers, at the paper in front of me, blank, waiting. I understood, in that moment, that the entries had never been records of the past. They were part of something ongoing, a cycle, documented from within. Each archivist inheriting not just the files but the role itself. Observation leading to recording, recording, leading to continuation. I turned the page over. There, faintly visible through the paper, was an impression, indentations left by writing that had been done on the sheet above it. I traced the marks with my fingers. They matched the unfinished entry, the one describing this room. This moment, I placed the paper flat and began to write, following the impressions, pressing my pen into the grooves left behind. The words came easily, not because I was inventing them, because they were already there. I described the desk, the files, the quiet. I described the act of writing itself. I described the realization that this had been written before, and would be written again. The final line formed under my hand, guided by something that felt less like intention and more like alignment. I didn't stop when I reached the end of the impression. I continued, adding what hadn't yet been there, a closing observation, a final detail, the position of my hand as I set the pen down. I looked at the page, then at the rows of files stretching out into the dim light. I understood that this entry would be placed somewhere. Filed, hidden, found, not by chance, but by design. I was now part of. I slid the paper into a folder without checking the label. It didn't matter where it went. It would be where it needed to be. I turned off the light at my desk and stood there for a moment, letting the darkness settle. Somewhere above me, the hospital continued its quiet rhythm, breath, movement, stillness. I picked up my pen again, feeling its weight in my hand as something familiar and inevitable, and I knew with a clarity that didn't require explanation that I would continue, that I had always been continuing, that the records had never belonged to anyone else in the way I once believed, and that every entry I had found had been waiting for me to recognize it as my own work, written across time in a hand that had never really changed, only passed through different names until it reached mine and settled there, precise and patient, ready to document what came next, as if it had already been seen. I didn't plan on being the one who saw it first, but I was the one closest to the window when it opened. We had followed a deer trail off the main path until the trees tightened and the ground dipped into a shallow hollow where the asylum sat, half swallowed by the forest. The place wasn't on any map we trusted, just something passed around in campus threads and late-night conversations, always with a warning that made it more appealing. We found the broken window on the side where the brick had buckled outward, like something had pushed from inside years ago and then stopped caring. I remember brushing glass dust off the sill with my sleeve and thinking how clean it looked for a place that had supposedly been abandoned for decades. I went in first because I was already halfway through before anyone else decided if they were actually doing this. Inside, the air was cooler than outside, not just because of the walls, but in a way that felt preserved. The smell wasn't rot or mildew like I expected. It was dry, faintly chemical, like old cleaning supplies that had soaked into everything and never fully left. My shoes scuffed across a floor that still held a dull sheen under the dust. The others followed, one by one, their movements louder than mine, like the building noticed them more. We stood in what must have been a patient wing, narrow hallway, doors on either side, each with a small square window set at eye level. Most of the glass was intact. That was the first thing that didn't make sense. Places like this don't keep their windows. Someone behind me muttered that we should split up, cover more ground, get pictures. It wasn't a plan, just the kind of suggestion that sticks, because no one wants to admit they're already uneasy. I didn't argue. I was too busy looking down the hall, where the darkness wasn't even. It gathered in patches, deeper in some doorways than others, like the rooms were holding on to it. I ended up with Tyler, mostly because we were both slow to move and the others had already drifted off in pairs. He had his phone out, light on, sweeping it across the doors as we walked. Numbers were still stenciled above them. Some doors were ajar, just enough to show a slice of the rooms beyond. Beds, metal frames, thin mattresses that had collapsed in on themselves. A chair in one room, facing the wall. We didn't talk much. The place didn't feel like it wanted noise. About halfway down the corridor, Tyler stopped walking. I took another step before I realized he wasn't beside me anymore. When I turned, he was staring through one of the square windows in a closed door. his light angled so it didn't reflect back at him. "What is it?" I asked, keeping my voice low without meaning to. He didn't answer right away. He shifted slightly like he was trying to get a better angle without moving his feet. Then he leaned back just enough for me to see past him. Inside the room, something had just moved. It wasn't a shape I could define. It didn't step or turn. It passed. That's the only word that fits. A darker patch within the dark, sliding from one side of the room to the other, cutting across the faint outline of a bed frame, and then disappearing into the corner where the light didn't reach. I waited for it to come back. Nothing did. Tyler finally spoke, but it came out like he was trying not to breathe the words too hard. He said he thought it was just the light playing tricks, maybe something shifting as our eyes adjusted. He said it like he needed me to agree. I didn't. We both stood there longer than we should have, staring into a room that now looked completely still. Eventually, Tyler stepped back and forced a quiet laugh, the kind that doesn't go anywhere. He moved on down the hall, and I followed, but slower this time, checking each window before I passed it. That was when I noticed the doors. Not all of them, just a few. The ones we had already passed. They were more closed than before. Not fully shut, but the gaps were narrower. The slivers of darkness inside them reduced like something had nudged them inward after we moved on. I told myself it was air pressure. That opening the window had shifted something in the building. Old places settle. Doors move, but the window we came through was at the other end of the hall. We reached the intersection where the corridor split left and right. The others weren't anywhere in sight, but we could hear something faint, a sound that might have been voices or might have been the building itself. Tyler called out once just a name, and the sound seemed to flatten against the walls instead of traveling. We chose left without discussing it. This section was different. The doors here were open wider, and the rooms felt less uniform. Some had equipment pushed against the walls, shapes under dust that suggested purpose without revealing it. One room had restraints on the bed, leather straps cracked and curled, hanging loose. Another had a metal cabinet tipped over, its contents spilled in a way that looked too deliberate to be decay. Halfway down this corridor, the temperature dropped again. It wasn't subtle. It hit like stepping into shade on a hot day, but there was no sun here to measure against. My breath didn't fog, but I felt it in my chest, the way the air moved differently when I inhaled. Tyler noticed it too. He stopped and rubbed his arms, then glanced back the way we came. For the first time since we'd entered, he looked like he wanted to leave. We heard footsteps then. Not ours, not echoes. They came from ahead, somewhere past the bend where the hallway curved out of sight. Slow, uneven, like someone walking without urgency, but without rhythm either. The sound of shoe on floor, soft but distinct, followed by a slight drag that didn't match our own movement. Tyler raised his light, pointing it toward the curve, but it only illuminated the empty stretch of hallway leading up to it. The footsteps continued for a few seconds, then stopped. The silence that followed wasn't empty. It felt occupied. We didn't move forward. Not at first. We stood there, waiting for something to happen again. For the sound to resume, or for someone from our group to round the corner and explain it away. Nothing came. Finally, Tyler took a step back. It was small, almost accidental, but it broke whatever hold the moment had on us. I mirrored him and we both turned at the same time, heading back the way we'd come without saying it out loud. As we retraced our path, the hallway felt longer. The rooms we had passed seemed closer to the corridor now, their interiors pressing outward in a way that made the space feel tighter. The open doors were wider than before, angled as if they had been pulled, not pushed. I caught glimpses inside as we moved, details I didn't remember seeing the first time. A second chair where there had been one, a bed frame shifted slightly off center. Small things, but enough to make me doubt my own memory. We reached the intersection again, but something was wrong. The corridor we had come from wasn't aligned the way it should have been. The angle felt off, like the building had subtly rearranged itself while we were gone. The numbers above the doors didn't follow the same sequence anymore. They jumped, skipped, repeated. Tyler swore under his breath. He pulled out his phone and checked the time. like that would help orient us. The screen flickered once, then steadied, but the brightness seemed dimmer than before, as if the light couldn't fully push back the dark. We heard the others then, closer this time. Footsteps, more than one set, moving quickly. Voices, low and tight. They came from the direction we thought led back to the window. We moved toward them. When we turned the corner, we saw two of the guys from our group coming toward us. They looked different. Not hurt, not panicked, but focused in a way that didn't match the situation. One of them gestured for us to hurry, his movement sharp, controlled. He said something about the place not being right, about doors closing behind them, about seeing someone where no one should be. We didn't stop to compare stories. We fell in with them and kept moving. The hallway shifted again as we passed through it. I don't mean physically, not in a way I could point to and prove, but the sense of direction kept slipping. Turns didn't lead where they should. Landmarks repeated or vanished. The building felt like it was guiding us, not out but through. We caught another glimpse of it near a patient room. This time, it wasn't just Tyler and me. All four of us saw it. A figure moved past the open doorway ahead, crossing the hall perpendicular to us. It was taller than any of us, but not by much. It didn't cast a shadow. It didn't make a sound. It simply passed, like a person walking from one room to another, except there was no second doorway where it should have gone. We stopped. No one suggested following it. The feeling of being watched had been there since we entered, but now it sharpened into something directional. It wasn't the building as a whole. It was something within it, something aware of where we were and where we were trying to go. We changed direction without agreeing to it, taking the next turn that felt like it might lead outward. The corridors became more familiar after that, or maybe we just forced them to be. The numbers above the doors started to make sense again. The air warmed slightly. The chemical smell faded, replaced by the faint scent of the forest seeping back in. We moved faster. Behind us there was a sound like a door closing, then another. Not slammed, not violent, just deliberate, one after the other, following the path we had taken. We didn't look back. The window came into view suddenly, like it had been placed there for us to find. The broken glass caught the faint light from outside, a dull reflection that looked almost inviting after the dim interior. One by one, we climbed through. I went last this time. As I pulled myself up onto the sill, I felt something change in the air behind me. Not a movement, not a sound, just a shift, like the space I had occupied was no longer empty once I left it. I didn't turn around. I dropped down into the brush outside and landed harder than I expected, my legs unsteady in a way that had nothing to do with the jump. The others were already moving, putting distance between themselves and the building. Without needing to say why, we didn't stop until the trees thinned and the trail widened enough to feel like a path again. Only then did we look back. The asylum was barely visible through the branches, its outline broken by the way the forest pressed in around it. The window we had used was just another dark square among many. For a second I thought I saw something standing there, just inside, where the frame met the wall. Not a clear shape, not something I could describe, just a density in the darkness that didn't match the rest. Then it was gone. We didn't talk about it much after that. Not in detail. It became one of those stories we referenced without expanding. A shared experience that lost something every time it was put into words. But there's one thing I haven't been able to ignore. When I got back to my apartment that night, I found a fine layer of dust on my shoes that hadn't been there before we entered the building. That part made sense. What didn't was the way it was arranged. It wasn't random. It wasn't just tracked in. It followed a pattern, a set of faint impressions that overlapped my own footprints, slightly offset, like something had been stepping just out of sync with me the entire time, placing its steps where mine had been a moment before. I cleaned them off. I told myself it was nothing, but sometimes when I walk alone at night, I catch myself listening for a second set of footsteps that don't quite match my own. Always just behind, always just out of sight, like it never really stayed in that building at all. I was halfway through my night rounds when I noticed room 3112 still had its light on, a flat, stubborn glow under the door that hadn't dimmed once since the start of my shift. He was supposed to be asleep by then. That was the goal with most of our patients near the end. Comfort, quiet, a kind of easing into the dark. But his chart had been flagged earlier with a note from the day nurse. Persistent insomnia, agitation, refusal to rest. I remember pausing outside his door, hand hovering over the handle, listening for movement. The hallway was empty. The usual hum of machines and distant footsteps dulled by the hour. Inside, there was nothing. No television, no voice, just that light. I pushed the door open and stepped in. He was sitting upright in bed, not propped or slumped, but rigid, as if he'd been placed there. His eyes were open, fixed on the far wall, unblinking. The sheets were pulled tight around his waist, his hands gripping the fabric like he was bracing himself against something I couldn't see. I introduced myself quietly and checked his vitals. His pulse was elevated, his skin clammy. When I asked if he'd slept at all, he shook his head without looking at me. His voice, when it came, was thin but steady. He told me he couldn't sleep because someone was waiting for him. I've heard variations of that before. End-of-life patients say things that don't always align with reality. They talk about people who've passed, about places they haven't been in decades. It's part of the process, or at least that's how we're trained to understand it. I kept my tone neutral, asked him who he thought was waiting. He didn't answer right away. His eyes shifted slightly, not toward me, but downward toward the foot of the bed. Then he said it wasn't a person. I followed his gaze. The bed frame cast a long shadow on the floor, the kind that deepens at night when the overhead lights are the only source. There was nothing unusual there. No movement, no obstruction. He told me it had been there since the previous night, that it only came when the room got quiet, that it stayed low, out of sight, but he could hear it breathing. Slow, heavy, like it was conserving energy. I made a note in his chart about increased anxiety and possible auditory hallucinations. I offered to adjust his medication, something to help him rest. He refused. Said if he slept, it would come closer. There's a point in these interactions where you decide whether to challenge the patient or redirect them. I chose the latter. I reassured him that he was safe, that I would be nearby, that nothing was in the room except the two of us. He didn't argue. He just kept looking at the foot of the bed. Before I left, I checked under it. I didn't crouch fully, just leaned down enough to see beneath the frame. The floor was clean, recently mopped. No equipment, no stray items, just the pale surface of the boards and the shadow cast by the bed. I stood back up and told him everything was clear. He didn't respond. The rest of the floor was quiet that night. 2 patients needed repositioning. 1 required pain management, but nothing out of the ordinary. Still, I found myself returning to room 312 more often than necessary. Each time, the scene was the same. He was awake, eyes open, body tense. The light stayed on. He refused water, refused medication, refused to close his eyes. Around 2 in the morning, I was at the nurse's station updating records when I heard something that didn't fit. It was faint at first, easy to dismiss as part of the building's usual sounds, but it had a rhythm to it, a soft repetitive noise, like fabric being dragged across a rough surface. I stopped typing and listened. It came again, a little clearer this time, followed by something else, an exhale, long and uneven. I looked down the hallway. The sound was coming from 312. I stood there for a moment, trying to place it. HVAC systems can make strange noises, especially in older buildings. Pipes expand, vents rattle, but this didn't echo or carry the way those sounds do. It was contained, localized. I walked toward the room, each step measured. The door was still closed, the light still visible beneath it. As I got closer, the sound became more distinct, the dragging, the pause, the breath, over and over, in a pattern that felt deliberate. I opened the door slowly. He was still in bed, still upright, but now his head was tilted slightly downward, his eyes fixed on the space just beyond his knees. His hands had loosened their grip on the sheets, but his fingers twitched intermittently, like he was resisting the urge to reach out. The sound didn't stop when I entered. It continued, low and steady, coming from somewhere below the bed. I stepped closer, keeping my movements calm. I asked him if he could hear it. He nodded once, a small controlled motion. I moved to the side of the bed and listened. The breathing was unmistakable now. Not mechanical, not environmental. It had a cadence that suggested effort, a weight behind it. The scratching followed, a slow, deliberate motion against the floorboards. Not frantic, not erratic, controlled. I told myself there had to be an explanation. Something caught under the bed frame. Maybe a loose panel or a piece of equipment that had been overlooked. The sound could be the frame shifting slightly with his movements. The breathing airflow. Through a vent, distorted by the confined space. I crouched down and lowered myself enough to see under the bed. The shadow was deeper than before, thicker somehow, but the floor was still visible. I didn't see anything moving. No object, no obstruction. Just that darkness and the faint outline of the opposite leg of the frame. The scratching stopped. The breathing didn't. It continued, slow and heavy, just beyond the reach of the light. I stayed there for a few seconds, longer than I probably should have, waiting for my eyes to adjust. Nothing changed. No shape emerged. No movement broke the stillness. I stood back up. He was watching me now, his eyes wide, his expression unchanged but more focused. He didn't need to ask what I'd found. I didn't offer an answer. I told him I would stay in the room for a while. I pulled a chair closer to the bed and sat down. The sound resumed after a moment, the scratching, the breath. It didn't escalate, didn't change pace. It just continued, as if my presence had no effect on it at all. We stayed like that for what felt like an hour. I checked his vitals periodically. His pulse remained high, his breathing shallow. He never looked away from the foot of the bed. At some point, the sound stopped again. This time, it didn't come back. The silence that followed was heavier than the noise had been. It pressed in from all sides, filling the room in a way that made the air feel dense. I waited, listening for any sign of movement, but there was nothing. He relaxed slightly, his shoulders lowering, his grip on the sheets loosening. His eyes remained open, but the intensity in them had faded. I told him it was quiet now, that whatever he'd been hearing was gone. He shook his head. He said it wasn't gone. It was just closer. I didn't respond to that. There are moments when engaging only reinforces the fear. I adjusted his blanket, checked his IV, and told him I would return shortly. When I left the room, I made a note to have maintenance inspect the bed in the morning. I documented the sounds as reported by the patient, and partially corroborated by staff. I didn't use definitive language. I kept it clinical. The rest of the night passed without incident. Just before dawn, I went back to 312 for my final check. The light was still on. He was lying down now, flat on his back, his hands resting at his sides. His eyes were closed. For a moment, I thought he'd finally fallen asleep. Then I saw the monitor. There's a stillness that comes with the end. A kind of absence that's hard to describe until you've seen it enough times. It was there in the room, settled over everything. I approached the bed and confirmed what I already knew. He had passed. There were no signs of struggle, no disturbance in the sheets beyond the slight shift of his position. His face was calm, his features relaxed in a way they hadn't been all night. I completed the necessary procedures, documented the time, and notified the attending physician. It was routine, methodical. Before I left the room, I paused. The bed. I don't know what prompted it. Maybe it was habit, maybe something else. But I found myself looking at the space beneath it again. I knelt down and reached for the edge of the frame. The morning light had started to filter in through the window, soft and pale. It stretched across the floor, pushing back the shadows that had filled the room during the night. I leaned down and looked underneath. At first I didn't understand what I was seeing. The floorboards beneath the bed were damaged. Not superficially. Not the kind of wear you'd expect from years of use. These were deep gouges, carved into the wood in long parallel lines. Some ran the length of the bed, others intersected at sharp angles. The edges were rough, splintered, as if something had dragged across them with force. I reached out and touched one of the marks. The wood was freshly exposed, lighter in color than the surrounding surface. There was no dust settled in the grooves, no sign of age. Whatever had caused it, it had happened recently. I pulled back and looked again, trying to make sense of it. The bed frame itself was intact, its legs smooth, no sharp edges that could account for the damage. There were no tools, no equipment under there that could have done it. I stood up slowly. The room was quiet. The light was steady. The man in the bed was still. I finished my report, noting the condition of the floor, and requesting maintenance for immediate inspection. I didn't include speculation, just observation. Later that morning, when the day staff arrived, I overheard them discussing it. Confusion, mostly. Questions about how something like that could have happened without anyone noticing. There was talk of replacing the boards, of checking other rooms for similar damage. No one mentioned the sounds. No one mentioned the breathing. I didn't either. But that night, when I passed by room 312 again, now empty and dark, I slowed down just for a moment and I listened. There was nothing, but I didn't stay long enough to be sure. The first time I noticed the lag, I blamed the camera. It was just past 2 in the morning. The part of the shift where everything feels slightly out of sync anyway, like the building itself is breathing slower. I was in the security booth at the end of the psychiatric ward corridor, watching the bank of monitors cycle through their usual sterile views. Empty rooms, dim hallways, doors with narrow windows reflecting fluorescent light. The HVACs hummed through the ceiling, steady and low, and the smell of disinfectant sat heavy even in the booth. Camera 6 covered the east hallway. It had a mirror bolted to the wall halfway down, positioned so staff could see around the corner without stepping into the blind spot. Patients like to linger there sometimes, catching glimpses of themselves they didn't always recognize. That night, one of them wandered into frame. He moved slowly, hands loose at his sides, hospital socks whispering against the floor. I'd seen him before on earlier rounds. Mid-30s maybe, thin, hair uneven like it had been cut in a hurry. He kept his head tilted slightly, as if listening for something just beyond the range of hearing. The nurses had flagged him as quiet, compliant, not prone to episodes. He walked straight toward the mirror. I leaned closer to the screen without realizing it, watching him approach the midpoint of the hallway. The camera feed was clean, no static, no flicker, no dropped frames. The timestamp ticked forward in precise digital increments. He stopped about a foot from the mirror, and his reflection didn't. At first it looked like a simple delay, the kind you get when a feed buffers for a fraction of a second. The man in the hallway stood still, shoulders slightly hunched, but in the mirror he took one more step forward, then another. I blinked and checked the timestamp. It hadn't skipped. The reflection continued walking until it should have collided with the edge of the mirror frame, but instead it just kept moving, as if the mirror opened into a deeper corridor. The perspective didn't warp, it didn't distort, it simply extended, showing a version of the hallway that didn't exist. I straightened in my chair. The real man remained frozen, staring straight ahead. His chest rose and fell, slow and steady. No sign he'd noticed anything wrong. On the screen, his reflection came to a stop several paces inside the mirror. It stood there for a moment, back still to the camera. Then it turned, not toward the man in front of the mirror, toward me. I felt it before I understood it. Something tightening behind my ribs. A quiet, instinctive alarm. The reflection's head lifted, aligning perfectly with the angle of the camera. Its face was clearer than it should have been at that distance, features sharpened by the flat, unforgiving light. The real man hadn't moved. I reached for the radio on my desk, thumb hovering over the transmit button. My job was to monitor, to report, to stay detached from whatever the patients were going through. Hallucinations weren't unusual here. Cameras glitching wasn't unusual either, but this wasn't either of those things. I toggled the feed to full screen. The reflection held its gaze, steady and direct. There was no flicker in the image, no distortion that would suggest a technical fault. The hallway behind it, inside the mirror, looked identical to the real one except for one detail I couldn't immediately place: the lighting. It was slightly dimmer, like the bulbs were on the verge of failing. I pressed the radio and called for a nurse to check the east hallway. I kept my voice even, routine the way we're trained. No urgency unless there's a clear threat. By the time I finished the call and looked back up, the reflection had shifted again. It was closer. It hadn't walked. There was no visible motion between positions, but it was undeniably nearer to the mirror's surface. The angle of its shoulders had changed, its posture more upright, more alert. The real man still hadn't moved. A bead of sweat rolled down the side of my neck. The booth suddenly felt too small, the air too still. I adjusted in my chair, eyes locked on the screen, waiting for some kind of correction, something that would snap the image back into alignment with reality. Instead, the reflection lifted its hand. Slowly, deliberately, it raised its right arm and placed its palm against the inside of the mirror. The gesture was precise, controlled. On the other side, the real man's arms hung limp at his sides. I swallowed and glanced at the other monitors, half expecting to see the same anomaly echoed elsewhere. Everything else looked normal. Empty beds, closed doors, a janitor's cart parked near the supply room. When I looked back at camera 6, the reflection's hand was still pressed flat against the glass. The surface didn't ripple. It didn't crack. It simply held a perfect barrier between two versions of the same space. Then the reflection leaned in. Its face moved closer to the mirror until it filled most of the frame. I could see details now that shouldn't have been visible at that distance. The texture of skin, the slight asymmetry in the eyes, the way the lips parted just enough to suggest breath, but there was no fog on the glass. The real man stood inches away, unmoving, his own reflection completely out of sync with him. Footsteps sounded faintly through the corridor outside the booth. Someone responding to my call. Relief flickered briefly, grounding me in something real. On the screen, the reflection's eyes shifted slightly, tracking something beyond the camera. For a second, I thought it had noticed the approaching staff. Then I realized it was looking past the lens, at the booth, at me. The nurse entered the hallway from the far end, stepping into the camera's view. Her presence should have broken whatever I was seeing, introduced a new variable, forced the scene to resolve into something logical. She walked toward the patient, calling out to him. I couldn't hear her through the feed, but I could read the shape of her words, the practiced calm in her posture. The real man didn't respond. The reflection didn't look at her. It kept its focus forward, unblinking. The nurse reached the patient and gently touched his shoulder. His body reacted to that, just a slight shift, a reflexive acknowledgement of contact, but his face remained fixed, eyes forward. The reflection's hand slid down the inside of the mirror, leaving no mark. Then, for the first time, it smiled. It wasn't exaggerated. It wasn't theatrical. Just a subtle, controlled curve of the mouth that didn't reach the eyes. I felt my grip tighten on the edge of the desk. The nurse guided the patient away from the mirror, turning him slowly toward the rooms. His feet moved when prompted, his body compliant, but his head resisted just enough to keep his gaze aligned with the glass as long as possible. On the screen, the reflection didn't follow. It stayed where it was, pressed close to the mirror, watching as the real man was led out of frame. The moment he disappeared from view, the reflection's expression changed. The smile faded, replaced by something flatter, more intent. It turned its head slightly, scanning the empty hallway on its side. Then it stepped forward again, closer. The mirror should have stopped it. Instead, the image seemed to compress, as if the distance inside the reflection was collapsing. The figure grew larger in the frame, its features sharpening further, the dim lighting behind it deepening into shadow. I reached for the system controls and switched to another camera angle, covering the same hallway from the opposite end. On that feed, everything looked normal. The mirror reflected exactly what it should. The empty corridor, the nurse and patient already gone, the sterile, unremarkable space. I flipped back to camera 6. The reflection was still there, only in that one feed, only from that one perspective. My pulse thudded in my ears. I ran a quick diagnostic on the camera. Signal strength, frame rate, latency, all within normal parameters. No alerts, no errors, but the image on the screen continued to diverge from reality. The reflection lifted its hand again, slower this time, almost cautious. It placed its palm against the mirror once more. Fingers splayed. For a second, nothing happened. Then the glass darkened slightly around the point of contact, like a bruise spreading beneath the surface. I leaned forward. Breath held. The darkness expanded in a faint circular pattern, subtle enough that I might have missed it if I wasn't watching so closely. The edges blurred, softening the clean line of the reflection, and then it stopped. The reflection lowered its hand. The discoloration vanished instantly, the mirror returning to its pristine state. The figure stood there, motionless, as if reconsidering. I became aware of how quiet the booth had gotten. The hum of the HVAC seemed distant now, muted by the pressure building in my head. The rest of the monitors felt irrelevant, background noise to the single image holding my attention. Time passed, I'm not sure how much. The timestamp continued its steady march, marking seconds that felt stretched thin. Eventually, the reflection stepped back. Not abruptly, not with any visible transition. It simply appeared farther away, as though it had chosen to retreat. The hallway behind it brightened slightly, the lighting returning to match the real corridor more closely. For a moment, the two versions aligned almost perfectly. Then the reflection turned away from the camera and walked deeper into the mirrored space, until it disappeared from view. I waited. Nothing replaced it. The mirror on the screen reflected only the empty hallway again, perfectly synchronized with reality. I didn't move for a long time. When my shift ended, I filed a report. I described it as a visual anomaly, a possible camera malfunction. I kept the language clinical, detached, the way we're trained to do. The footage was flagged for review, archived with the rest of the night's recordings. No one mentioned it the next day. Maintenance checked the camera and found nothing wrong. The feed was clean, the hardware intact. They suggested it might have been a momentary glitch, a compression artifact, something that looked worse than it was because of the angle and lighting. I nodded and let it go, but I started avoiding camera 6 unless I had to check it. A few nights later, near the same hour, I forced myself to pull it up again. The hallway was empty. The mirror reflected exactly what it should. I watched for a while, longer than necessary, waiting for any sign of the lag, the divergence, the impossible depth. Nothing happened. I almost convinced myself it had been a trick of fatigue. Then, just as I was about to switch to another feed, I noticed something small, a shape in the reflection that didn't belong. At the far end of the mirrored hallway, deeper than the real corridor extended, there was a figure standing still, just within the edge of visibility. It wasn't moving toward the mirror this time. It was already there, watching from a distance that shouldn't exist. And as I stared at it, trying to make out details through the grain of the feed, I had the distinct sinking realization that it wasn't the patient anymore. The posture was different. Straighter. More familiar. I didn't check any other cameras. I didn't run diagnostics. I just sat there in the dim light of the booth, watching that impossible reflection stand at the far end of a hallway that wasn't there. Perfectly still. Perfectly patient. As if it knew I would keep looking back at it no matter how many times I told myself not to. I knew the pipe was old the second I touched it, the metal soft in a way that shouldn't happen, sweating cold water into my palm like it was alive, instead of rusted through. They sent me down just after lunch, said it was a slow leak in the basement of the old wing. Nothing urgent, but it had been dripping long enough to stain through a ceiling tile upstairs. I've handled worse. Hospitals age badly in the places no one sees, and my job is to keep those parts from announcing themselves. The basement wasn't in use anymore. Half the lights were out, and the ones that worked hummed overhead like they were thinking about quitting too. The air had that sealed-up smell, plastic, dust, something faintly chemical that never really leaves old medical spaces. I followed the sound first. That's how you do it. Water always gives itself away. A steady tap somewhere ahead, echoing off concrete. The corridor narrowed as I went deeper. Shelves replacing walls. Old equipment, labeled bins. Things wrapped in yellowing plastic. Most of it was obsolete. Some of it looked like it had been abandoned mid-task, which always bothers me more than anything stored properly. The leak led me to a heavy door that had been propped open with a folded rag. I pushed it wider with my boot and stepped into a storage room. The temperature dropped a few degrees immediately. Not dramatically, but enough that I noticed. The leak was easy to spot. A pipe running along the ceiling joint had split at a seam, and water was dripping straight down into a shallow plastic bin someone had placed there, who knows how long ago. The bin was nearly full. I set my toolbox down, rolled my shoulders, and took a quick look around the room out of habit. That's when I saw them. There were maybe a dozen of them at first glance. Life-sized medical mannequins, the kind used for training. Some were full torsos, some complete bodies, pale plastic skin, molded features that were just realistic enough to feel wrong. They'd been arranged in a loose circle in the center of the room, all facing inward. It looked deliberate, too deliberate to be storage. I figured someone had moved them like that during some cleanup or training session and never bothered to put them back. It wasn't my problem, I had a leak to fix. Still, I dragged my toolbox a little closer to the wall, giving myself space away from them. The drip kept hitting the bin in a steady rhythm. I shut the valve feeding the line, or tried to. It resisted at first, then gave with a stiff turn. The dripping slowed, but didn't stop completely. I needed a patch clamp from my kit. I turned, crouched by the toolbox and flipped it open, sorted through fittings by touch more than sight. When I stood back up, something felt off before I could place it. The mannequins were closer. Not all of them, not in any obvious way at first, but the circle looked tighter, like the space in the middle had shrunk. I stared at them for a second, then looked down at the floor. No scrape marks, no tracks in the dust that I could see. I told myself I just hadn't paid attention before. It happens. You glance at something, your brain fills in the gaps, and when you look again, it feels different. I went back to the pipe. The clamp went on clean. I tightened it down, adjusted the seal, checked for pressure. The drip reduced to an occasional bead forming and falling. Good enough for now. I needed a different wrench to fully secure the joint. I turned back to the toolbox again. This time I was more aware of them. I kept them in the edge of my vision as I bent down, like you do when something feels wrong but you don't want to admit it. The metal of the wrench was cold in my hand. When I straightened up, I looked directly at the mannequins. They had moved, one of them. A full-body model with its arms slightly bent was no longer where it had been. It had shifted forward, breaking the circle. Another had angled slightly. Its blank face no longer pointed inward but toward me. I didn't move for a moment. I just stood there with the wrench in my hand, listening to the faint hum of the lights and the slow drip into the bin. There are explanations for things. That's how I work. Things don't just happen. Maybe someone else was down here. Maybe they were messing with me. "Hello," I called out, keeping my voice level. The sound didn't travel far. It got swallowed by the shelves and the low ceiling. No answer. I set the wrench down on the toolbox and walked a slow circle around the mannequins, keeping a few feet between us. Up close they were worse. Scuffed surfaces, faint marker lines where someone had drawn instructional points. One had a cracked cheek, the split running from eye to jaw. None of them had wheels, no bases that would let them glide easily. They were heavy. I knew that from experience. I pushed one lightly with my hand. It rocked, then settled. Solid. I stepped back. "Not funny," I said, though there was no one to hear it. I went back to the pipe. Work settles you, gives you something to hold on to. I picked up the wrench again, turned to face the leak, and started tightening the clamp properly. Metal on metal. A firm turn. Another. I needed a different angle. I shifted my stance and reached down for a smaller tool. For a second. Just a second. I had my back fully to the room. When I turned around again, the exit was no longer clear. 2 mannequins stood between me and the door. They hadn't been there before. I was certain of that now. They were positioned side by side, close enough that I'd have to squeeze between them to get through. Their faces were turned toward me. I felt something cold settle under my ribs. This wasn't misremembering. This wasn't someone messing around. This was something else. I kept my breathing steady. Panic doesn't help. It makes you sloppy. Okay, I said quietly, more to myself than anything. I walked toward the door. The mannequins didn't move as I approached. Up close, they were just as lifeless as before. Blank eyes, slightly open mouths. I reached out and grabbed one by the shoulder. It was heavier than I expected, but it shifted when I pushed. I angled it just enough to create a gap. I slipped through, brushing against cold plastic. For a moment I thought that was it. Just a weird arrangement. Nothing more. Then I realized the hallway outside the room looked wrong. The light was dimmer than before, the hum quieter, and behind me, I heard a soft plastic-on-concrete sound. I turned. The mannequins were moving again. Not fast. Not in a way I could track, but they were no longer where I had left them. The ones in the center of the room had spread out, and the 2 by the door had closed the gap I'd just made. They were between me and the exit again. My grip tightened on the wrench. I stepped back into the room without meaning to, drawn in by the need to understand what I was seeing. Every time I looked directly at one, it was still frozen mid-nothing. Every time my eyes shifted away, even slightly, something changed. A foot repositioned, a head angled, the circle reformed tighter than before. They weren't just moving, they were adjusting. I tested it. I fixed my gaze on one mannequin, the one with the cracked cheek, and slowly reached my hand out toward another without looking at it. I heard it then. A faint shift. I snapped my eyes over. It had moved closer. My pulse picked up, but my thoughts stayed clear. That was the important part. They only moved when I wasn't looking, and they were closing in. The space between them and me was shrinking by inches at a time. Not enough to see in the moment, but enough to trap me if I let it continue. I turned in a slow circle, trying to keep as many of them in view as possible. It didn't work. There were too many angles, too many blind spots. The door was still there. I just had to reach it. I backed toward it, keeping my eyes moving, scanning, refusing to settle on any one spot for too long. My heel hit something solid. I glanced down. A mannequin leg. When I looked back up, the circle had tightened again. They were close now, close enough that I could reach out and touch 3 of them without moving my feet. I could smell the plastic. A faint sterile scent mixed with dust. My chest felt tight, but I forced myself to think. Tools. I still had my toolbox behind me. I edged toward it, never taking my eyes off the mannequins for more than a fraction of a second at a time. My hand found the box by feel. I grabbed the first thing I could, my flashlight. I flicked it on. The beam cut through the dim light, harsh and direct. I swept it across the mannequins, holding it on one, then another. No change. Light didn't matter. It was the act of looking. Fine. I adjusted my grip on the flashlight and the wrench. I needed a path, a clear one. I picked a line straight to the door and focused on the mannequins in that path. 2 of them, shoulder to shoulder, if I could keep my eyes on both at once. Maybe. I took a step forward. They didn't move. Another step. Still nothing. I shifted my gaze for half a second to check the floor. That was enough. They were closer. One of them was right in front of me now, its face inches from mine. Smooth, expressionless but too close for comfort. I shoved it hard with my shoulder. It rocked back, then tipped just enough to open a gap. I moved through it quickly, keeping my head turning, refusing to give them a full moment without attention. The door was a few steps away. Something brushed my arm. I didn't look. I couldn't afford to. I kept my eyes forward, on the door frame, on the narrow strip of hallway beyond. One more step. Another. My shoulder hit the edge of the door. I twisted, forcing myself through the opening, and stumbled into the hallway. I spun around immediately. The mannequins filled the doorway. They stood packed together now, closer than they had been at any point. Their faces were all turned toward me. I held my gaze on them, breathing hard. They didn't follow. Not while I was looking. I backed away slowly, one step at a time, never breaking eye contact until the angle of the hallway forced the door out of view. When it did, I turned and walked. Not fast, not running, but steady and direct. I didn't stop until I was back in the main corridor where the lights were brighter, and the air felt normal again. I reported the leak as patched, said the storage room needed clearing, that the contents were obstructing access. They asked if I could go back down later and finish the job properly. I told them I'd need a second person. They laughed like I was joking. I didn't argue. The next day, I checked the work order system. The room number was still there, but the note had changed. It said the space was cleared and secured. No further maintenance required. I asked one of the older staff about it. Mentioned the mannequins. He frowned. Said that room hadn't been used for training in years. Said anything like that would have been moved out a long time ago. I didn't push it. I still carry the wrench I used that day. The handle has a shallow groove in it now, like something pressed into the metal while I was holding it. I don't remember that happening, but sometimes when I'm working in a quiet space, and I turn away from something for just a second, I get the feeling that I've made a mistake, that I've given something time to move, and I make sure every time that when I look back, nothing has changed. The first code blue came before the sun reached the east windows, when the corridor lights still hummed louder than anything human, and the floors held that waxed, sterile shine that makes every footstep feel like a trespass. I was halfway through restocking a crash cart, counting sealed syringes by feel instead of sight, when the intercom cracked to life overhead and spoke my name in the same flat tone it used for room numbers. Code Blue, Room B17. Code Blue, Room B17. My hands moved before my thoughts did. That's the job. You hear it, you go. I snapped the cart latch shut, checked the defibrillator charge out of habit, and pushed into the corridor. Early morning is when things tip. Night shift fatigue hasn't lifted yet. Day shift hasn't taken over, and the building feels like it's holding its breath. B17 sat at the far end of the lower corridor, past the last row of patient rooms and through a short service hall that always smelled faintly of cardboard and antiseptic. We didn't usually assign patients down there. Overflow sometimes, storage mostly. I remember thinking that whoever had been placed there must have come in overnight. The intercom repeated itself as I moved. Same cadence, same room. Code Blue, Room B17. I picked up speed. My shoes squeaked on the polished floor, echoing off the walls in a way that made the hallway feel longer than it was. No other alarms followed. No call lights, no voices, just the announcement looping at a steady interval that felt too measured for panic. When I turned into the service hall, the air changed, cooler. Still, the hum of the main corridor dropped off, replaced by the dull buzz of a single overhead fixture that flickered on a delay. The doors along that stretch were all the same. Metal, unmarked, meant for storage or maintenance access. Bez 17 was the second on the left. The door was closed. I expected to hear something through it. Movement. A bed rail. Anything that would tell me I was in the right place. But there was nothing. Just the intercom above me, repeating the call like a metronome. Code Blue, Room B17. I pushed the door open with my shoulder, already reaching for gloves. There was no patient. There was no bed. There was no monitor. No oxygen. No equipment of any kind that belonged in a room where someone might be dying. The space was a storage closet deeper than it looked from the hallway, lined with shelves stacked with boxed supplies and folded linens. A single rolling ladder leaned against the far wall. The light overhead buzzed and held steady. For a second, I stood there with my hands raised and nothing to do with them. Then the intercom voice shifted. Begin compressions. It didn't get louder. It didn't change tone. It just moved from announcement to instruction, as if the room around me made sense. I took a step forward, scanning the floor, the corners, the shadows behind the shelves. No one. No sign of anyone having been there. No equipment to even suggest a patient had been moved out. Check airway. My training tried to fill the gap. Find the patient, call for help, verify location. But the instruction kept coming, steady, clinical, and directed at an absence. Begin ventilations. I backed out into the hallway and looked for the room marker. B17 was stenciled into the metal beside the door. Worn but clear. No secondary label. No temporary sign. Nothing that would explain a mix-up. I keyed my badge into the nearest wall phone and called the desk. The line rang once before connecting, and I reported the code, the room, the lack of a patient. My voice sounded thinner than I wanted it to. There was a pause on the other end. Papers shifting. A keyboard. Then I was told there was no patient assigned to B17. The intercom continued over my head, as if the building itself had decided to proceed without us. Continue compressions. I stepped back into the closet. It felt wrong to leave it empty while the instructions kept coming, like ignoring someone calling out from another room you couldn't see. I moved boxes aside, checked behind the ladder, opened the small utility cabinet in the corner. Nothing. No hidden space. No second door. Prepared a shock. There was nowhere to place the pads. I remember becoming aware of the sound of my own breathing, too loud in the small space. The air felt close, like it had been sealed for longer than it should have been. Charging. The word hung in the room, and I had a sudden clear image of the defibrillator sitting on the cart I had left behind. Its screen dark, its charge unused. Clear. The overhead light flickered once, sharp and quick, and then steadied. I didn't move. The instruction repeated. Clear. Nothing discharged. No sound followed. No change. I went back into the hallway and looked both ways, expecting to see someone else responding. Someone who had heard what I was hearing and would confirm that this was as wrong as it felt. The corridor was empty. The distant nurse's station was visible at the far end, but no one was moving toward me. Resume compressions. I walked back to the station instead of running. There's a point where urgency starts to feel like panic, and panic makes you miss things. I needed someone else to hear it, to say it out loud, to anchor it in something shared. When I reached the desk, the others were going through their morning routines. Charts open, coffee cups half finished. The overhead speaker above us carried the same voice, the same instructions, but no one reacted to it. I asked if they were hearing the code blue for B17. One nurse looked up and said the system had been glitching since before shift change. False calls, wrong rooms. Maintenance was already notified. Another said she thought she'd heard something earlier but hadn't seen anything come through the system logs. The intercom continued, steady as ever. Check rhythm. I went to the terminal and pulled up the active alerts. There was no code blue listed for B17. No recent entry. No canceled call. It was as if the announcement existed only in the air, not in the system that was supposed to generate it. Shock advised. I felt the words in my chest more than I heard them, like a vibration that didn't quite match the speaker above us. I told them I was going back down there. Someone said to wait for maintenance. Someone else suggested it was a loop in the system, that it would clear on its own. I went anyway. The service hall felt narrower the second time. The light flicker seemed slower, as if it was waiting for me to notice it. The door to B17 was still closed, exactly as I had left it. The intercom shifted as I approached. Charging. I opened the door. The closet was the same. Shelves, boxes, ladder, no patient. But something had changed. The air had a different weight to it, like the difference between an empty room and one that had just been occupied. Not a smell, not a sound, just a sense of recent use that didn't match what I could see. Clear. The light flickered again, longer this time, dipping the room into a brief soft dimness before returning to full brightness. I stepped inside and closed the door behind me without thinking about why. Resumed compressions. I moved to the center of the room and looked down at the floor. It was clean, no marks, no impressions, nothing to suggest a body had been there. But my hands hovered in front of me, as if they were waiting for a surface that wasn't visible. Continue compressions. I lowered them. The floor was solid under my palms, cool through the thin material of my gloves. There was no give, no feedback, nothing that would justify what I was doing, but the instructions kept coming, and my body followed them the way it always had. Check airway. I paused, hands still, and felt a sudden sharp awareness of the space directly in front of me. Not seen, not heard, but present in a way that made the empty floor feel occupied. Begin ventilations. I pulled my hands back. This was wrong. This was a system error, a loop, a malfunction. There was no patient. There was no airway to check, no chest to compress. I stood up too quickly, the room tilting for a second as my balance caught up. The intercom did not pause. Prepare to shock. I turned toward the door. The handle didn't move. It wasn't locked. I could feel that in the way it resisted, not with the solid stop of a lock, but with a slight, unyielding pressure, like something on the other side was holding it in place. Charging. I pulled harder. The metal creaked under my grip. Clear. The light went out completely. For a moment, the only illumination came from the faint spill of light under the door. A thin line that cut across the floor and stopped just short of where I stood. Clear. The light came back on. The door handle turned easily in my hand. I stepped out into the hallway and let the door close behind me. The service hall felt louder now, the buzz of the light more pronounced, the distant sounds of the main corridor seeping back in. The intercom fell silent. I stood there for a long time, listening for it to start again, for any indication that what had just happened would continue. But the system had gone quiet. When I returned to the station, the others looked up in a way that told me they had noticed the silence too. Someone said it must have reset. Someone else made a note to follow up with maintenance again. I checked the alert logs once more. There was still no record of a code blue for B-17. The rest of the shift moved forward, in the way shifts always do. Medications, vitals, routine tasks that ground you back in the tangible. The building filled with daylight. The early morning edge softened. I didn't go back to the service hall. At the end of my shift, I signed out, handed off my patients, and walked the long corridor toward the exit. The floors were less reflective now, scuffed by the day's movement. The hum of the lights had faded into the background noise of a busy hospital. As I passed the turn to the service hall, I slowed without meaning to. The door to B-17 was slightly ajar. No one was in the hallway. No carts. No staff. No reason for it to be open. The gap was narrow, just enough to show a slice of the room beyond the edge of a shelf, the corner of a box, the same stillness I had seen before. Opaque, walking. The intercom remained quiet all the way to the exit. It wasn't until I reached the doors and felt the outside air for the first time that I realized my hands were still positioned the way they had been in that room, hovering slightly in front of me, as if waiting for something that wasn't there. When I finally lowered them, I could still feel the absence beneath my palms, a flat, unyielding surface where there should have been resistance, and the memory of a voice that had continued long after there was anyone left to save. I noticed the extra hands because they moved faster than mine. It was late morning, routine enough that my mind had already shifted into that narrow, efficient channel I rely on in the operating room. The overhead lights burned white and clean. Monitors pulsed in steady, reassuring rhythms. The team was familiar. 2 nurses, 1 anesthesiologist, 1 resident assisting me. We had done variations of this procedure countless times. My focus was absolute, a practiced kind of tunnel vision where everything irrelevant falls away. The incision was clean. Minimal bleeding. Textbook. I was midway through a delicate portion, separating tissue planes where a mistake would mean complications later, when I saw them. 2 additional hands already positioned inside the surgical field, steadying the tissue I was about to work on. They were gloved, properly gloved, positioned exactly where they should be, applying just the right amount of tension. For a second, I assumed it was my resident adjusting position, but my resident was standing opposite me, hands visible, waiting for instruction. The extra hands didn't hesitate. They anticipated. I adjusted my grip and continued, because stopping in that moment would have been worse than continuing. The patient's stability depended on flow, not confusion. Still, I tracked everything. I always do. The hands were smaller than mine, more precise in a way that didn't feel inexperienced, just efficient. They held the retractor at an angle I hadn't requested, but immediately recognized as optimal. I glanced up briefly. No one else reacted. The anesthesiologist was watching vitals. One nurse was preparing sutures. The other was charting. No one acknowledged what I was clearly seeing. I looked back down. The hands were still there. I tested it. Subtly, I shifted my instrument slightly off trajectory. Not enough to risk harm, just enough to see if the tension would adjust. It did. Instantly, correcting before I even compensated. A flicker of irritation cut through my focus. Not fear irritation, the kind you feel when someone interferes without introducing themselves. I almost asked who was assisting, but the words stalled before forming. Something about the silence in the room pressed against that instinct. Instead, I kept working. The procedure progressed faster than expected. Clean separations, minimal resistance. The kind of smoothness surgeons talk about afterward, as if it were skill alone. But I knew the difference between skill and persistence. At one point, I reached for a clamp before asking for it. It was already in my hand. Not passed. Not announced. Just there. I froze for a fraction of a second, long enough for the circulating nurse to notice my pause. "Everything okay?" she asked. Her voice sounded normal, grounded, entirely disconnected from what I was experiencing. "Yes," I said and continued. I didn't look away again for several minutes. I tracked every movement in my peripheral vision. The hands stayed consistent. No sudden motions, no errors, no tremor. They mirrored the discipline of someone highly trained, someone who understood not just anatomy but timing. When I shifted position again, they withdrew slightly, then re-entered from a different angle, as if accommodating my reach. No one bumped into them. No one adjusted around them. It was as if they occupied space that only I could perceive. I tested one more thing. I moved my left hand deliberately into where theirs should have been. There was resistance, and not physical in the way 2 solid objects collide, but enough to redirect my motion, enough to confirm that something occupied that space. My chest tightened. Not panic, not yet, but awareness sharpening into something colder. Still, I did not stop. The patient remained stable. The field remained clear, and whatever was happening, it was helping. That fact settled into me in a way I couldn't ignore. We closed without complication. Sui cures, placed cleanly. No unexpected bleeding. No anomalies in the final inspection. By every measurable standard, it was a successful procedure. When I stepped back, the extra hands were gone. There was no moment of departure, no fade. I simply noticed their absence, the same way you notice silence after a constant noise stops. I removed my gloves slowly, watching the patient's chest rise and fall under controlled ventilation. The room resumed its ordinary rhythm, post-op instructions, equipment counts, documentation. "Nice work," my resident said. I nodded but didn't respond. I replayed the procedure in my head while we finished up. Every movement, every deviation from normal. The memory was sharp, precise, and completely at odds with the reality everyone else seemed to share. I considered fatigue. I considered stress. I considered the possibility of a visual misinterpretation, light distortion, reflections, something explainable. But none of those explanations accounted for the tactile feedback, or the clamp. After scrubbing out, I lingered longer than usual. I watched the team disperse, each person moving with the casual familiarity of routine. No one avoided my gaze. No one seemed unsettled. "Did you notice anything unusual during the procedure?" I asked one of the nurses. She looked at me, puzzled. "No, everything went smoothly. Nothing out of place?" She shook her head. "Textbook." I asked the anesthesiologist the same question. Same answer. By the time I reached the locker room, I had already decided not to push further. There's a threshold where questioning begins to sound like instability, and I had no intention of crossing it without something concrete. I changed, washed my hands again longer than necessary, and tried to ground myself in physical sensation. The temperature of the water, the pressure of the towel, the weight of my watch as I put it back on. It worked. Partially. The rest of the day passed without incident. Consultations, notes, a brief follow-up with another patient. Routine layered over routine until the morning felt almost distant. Almost. Late afternoon, I was called to review the post-operative images and initial recovery status. The patient was stable, recovering as expected. No complications. I stood beside the bed, observing the surgical site. Clean dressing. No visible issues. Then I saw the skin beneath the edge of the bandage. "Hold on," I said, leaning closer. The nurse paused, giving me space. I lifted the edge of the dressing carefully, just enough to inspect the surrounding area. There were faint impressions on the patient's skin. Fingerprints. Not unusual on its own. Handling during surgery can leave temporary marks, but these were distinct, clear enough to trace the whorls and loops, and they weren't in places that matched how we had positioned our hands. "Did anyone have trouble with glove fit during the procedure?" I asked. The nurse frowned. "No, not that I know of." I didn't respond. I was already comparing mentally hand sizes, finger spacing, typical pressure points. "These weren't from retraction," I said quietly. She glanced at the marks, then back at me. "Could it be from positioning before draping?" "No," I said. "Wrong orientation." I straightened, scanning the room as if the answer might be present in the arrangement of equipment, in the quiet hum of machines, in the ordinary details that suddenly felt insufficient. "Can we get prints from the team?" I asked. She hesitated. "For what reason?" "Documentation," I said, "just to rule something out." It was an unusual request, but not an unreasonable one when framed clinically. Within the hour, I had access to the necessary comparisons. I reviewed them alone, one by one, mine first, then the residents, the nurses, the anesthesiologist. None matched. Not the size, not the pattern, not the spacing. I went back to the patient's bedside once more before the end of my shift. The marks were already fading slightly, as expected with surface pressure impressions, but they were still visible enough to confirm what I had seen earlier. I stood there longer than necessary, watching the rise and fall of the patient's breathing. In my mind, I replayed the moment the clamp appeared in my hand, the precise angle of tension that had made a difficult step easier, the subtle resistance when I moved into occupied space. I tried, again, to construct a logical sequence that accounted for everything. Shared hallucination was unlikely. No one else reported anything. Individual hallucination didn't explain the physical evidence. Contamination of prints would require a source. There was none. I rested my hand lightly on the edge of the bed, careful not to disturb anything. The room was quiet, controlled, predictable, but the memory of those hands, steady, deliberate, unquestionably real in the moment, sat just beneath the surface of that calm. I finished my notes that evening with more detail than usual. Objective descriptions. No speculation, just facts that could be verified. Procedure successful. No intraoperative complications. Unidentified fingerprints observed post-operatively. No match within surgical team. I paused before closing the file, reading the final line again. It looked clinical, detached, appropriate. It didn't capture what it felt like to work alongside something no one else acknowledged. It didn't capture the way the procedure had improved because of it, and it didn't explain why. Standing there at the bedside, I had the distinct and unshakable sense that if I ever needed that level of precision again, those hands would be waiting just outside my field of view. I didn't believe in ghosts until I handed one a tissue. It was early evening when I arrived at the facility, the kind of place that tries too hard to look warm. Muted beige walls, soft lighting, framed photos of smiling patients who probably weren't smiling when the camera wasn't there. I was only visiting, just a volunteer shadowing staff for a potential long-term role. People said I was good with others, empathetic. I thought that just meant I listened. The nurse at the front desk warned me not to wander too far. Some wings are closed for renovations, she said, though something in her tone suggested it wasn't just construction keeping people out. I nodded, of course, and then, of course, I wandered. The hallway I found wasn't like the others. The lighting dimmed noticeably, and the air felt older, less circulated. Along one wall were glass display cases, historical exhibits apparently, old photographs, rusted restraints, handwritten patient logs from decades ago, a timeline of treatment that felt less like progress and more like quiet regret. That's when I heard her. Soft crying. Not loud, not desperate, just steady, like she'd been doing it for a very long time. I followed the sound to the end of the hall. She was sitting on the floor in the corner, knees pulled to her chest, head buried in her arms. A girl, maybe 12 or 13. Her hair hung limp and dark around her face, and she wore what looked like an outdated hospital gown. Thin, pale, tied loosely at the back. "Hey," I said gently, crouching down a few feet away. "Are you okay?" She didn't respond. The crying didn't stop, didn't change, just continued like a loop. I hesitated, then reached into my pocket. I always carry tissues habit, I guess. I pulled one out and held it toward her. "It's not much," I said, "but it helps." Slowly she lifted her head. Her face was wrong. Not grotesque, not decayed, just wrong in a way I can't fully explain. Her eyes were too still, like photographs instead of something alive. Her cheeks were damp, but the tears didn't seem fresh. They just lingered there, unmoving, still. She reached out. Her fingers brushed mine as she took the tissue. They were freezing, and then she was gone. No movement, no sound, no fading, just gone. 1 second she was there, the next the corner was empty. I stumbled back, my heart slamming against my ribs. I told myself I imagined it. Stress, lighting, suggestion, anything but what it felt like. I left that hallway quickly, didn't tell anyone, didn't go back. Not that day, but the image stayed with me. The crying, the cold touch, the tissue, especially the tissue, because it wasn't in my hand anymore. The next evening, I came back. I don't know why. Curiosity maybe, or guilt. It felt wrong to leave her there, even if she wasn't real. The same hallway was still there, just as dim, just as quiet. The crying was gone this time. The corner was empty. I approached the display cases instead. One of them caught my eye immediately. It was labeled Patient Artifacts 11050s Ward Sealed Collection. Inside were small preserved items, combs, buttons, scraps of fabric, personal things, carefully arranged behind dusty glass, the kind of objects people leave behind when they're forgotten. And in the center of the shelf, a single crumpled tissue, bright white against the aged yellowing items around it. My stomach dropped. There was no mistaking it. The same faint blue pattern along the edge. The same fold I always make when I pull one from the pack. I stepped closer, my breath fogging the glass. The case was locked, sealed. A small metal plaque indicated it hadn't been opened since it was curated decades ago. I looked around, half expecting someone to be watching me, to explain it, to laugh it off. But the hallway was empty, silent. Then I noticed something else. Just beneath the tissue, barely visible through the dust, was a small card, a name. Patient 43. Admitted 1952. Chronic distress. Reports of persistent crying. No family records. My reflection stared back at me in the glass, pale and shaking. And for a moment, just a moment, I thought I saw her again, not behind me, not in the hallway, but in the reflection itself, standing right beside me, still holding the tissue. I was halfway down the dim east corridor when something pressed against my shoulder, hard enough to shift my balance. It wasn't a brush from passing fabric or a loose curtain. It had weight, intent, 5 distinct points that settled for a second and then lifted, like a hand reconsidering its grip. I stopped beside the medication cart and turned, expecting to see one of the other nurses cutting through behind me, maybe reaching for a chart or trying to get my attention without speaking. The hallway was empty. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, steady and indifferent, casting that flat pale wash that erases shadows but never quite makes anything feel visible. I stood there longer than I should have, listening past the usual sounds. Monitors ticking in uneven rhythms, the distant roll of a cart, someone coughing behind a closed door. Nothing close enough to explain what I'd felt. I told myself it was fatigue. Night shift does that, especially in the middle stretch when your body starts asking questions your mind doesn't want to answer. I adjusted my scrub sleeve where the pressure had been, and went back to my charting, but I couldn't shake the clarity of it. It hadn't been vague. It hadn't been imagined. It had been a hand. The ward was full that night. Not chaotic, but active in that low, constant way that keeps you moving without pause. Call lights flickered on and off down the corridor. The air smelled faintly of antiseptic and warmed plastic. I checked vitals, updated notes, and kept my pace steady. I've always been observant. It's part of the job, but it's also how I've always been wired. I notice patterns. I notice when something is out of place. That's why I saw him immediately. He was standing outside room 31. At first I registered him as a visitor who had stayed too late, or wandered into the wrong section. He stood with his hands loosely at his sides, posture straight, not leaning or fidgeting. His clothes were dark, not just dark in color, but flat, as if they absorbed the light instead of reflecting it. Black jacket, black pants, no visible texture, no shine. His face was the only part that seemed clear, and even that felt slightly off, like I was looking at it through a pane of glass that wasn't entirely clean. He was smiling. Not broadly, not in a way that drew attention, just a small fixed smile that didn't shift when I slowed my steps. He wasn't looking into the room. He was looking straight ahead, down the hallway, directly toward me. There are rules about visitors at night. I moved toward him, already preparing to explain the policy, to guide him back to the waiting area or ask which patient he was here for. As I got closer, something tightened in my chest. The same instinct that makes you hesitate before stepping into a dark room you don't recognize. I stopped a few feet away. "Sir," I started, keeping my voice even. He didn't respond. The smile didn't change. His eyes stayed fixed, unblinking. I took another step. He disappeared. There was no movement, no turn, no shift of weight. One moment he occupied that space beside the door, and the next the space was empty. The wall, the door frame, the small window set into the door, all snapped back into normal proportion, as if he had never been there at all. I didn't move for a few seconds. My brain tried to fill in the gap with something reasonable. A trick of the light, a reflection from another hallway, someone stepping back into the room faster than I'd registered. But the door to 3112 was closed, and the small window showed only the dim interior beyond. I forced myself to approach the door. Room 312 belonged to Margaret. She had been admitted earlier that week. Elderly, stable in the way that means fragile but not immediately critical. She'd been alert, cooperative, the kind of patient who apologizes for needing help. Nothing in her chart suggested anything acute that night. I glanced at the monitor through the glass. Her vitals were within range, steady. I opened the door. The room was dim, lit mostly by the monitor glow, and a single overhead light turned low. Margaret lay in the bed, her face turned toward the ceiling. For a second, everything looked normal. Then she moved. Her head snapped toward me with a speed that didn't match her condition. Her eyes were wide, not just open but stretched, the whites visible all around the iris. Her mouth opened, and the sound that came out wasn't the confused murmur of someone waking from sleep. It was a scream. Raw, full, immediate. Full, immediate. I crossed the room in 2 steps, my training overriding the jolt of adrenaline. "Margaret, it's me," I said, keeping my voice firm but calm. "You're okay, you're in your room." She didn't seem to hear me. Her gaze was locked somewhere past my shoulder, toward the door. "He is coming," she said, the words tearing out between breaths. "He is coming." I glanced back at the door instinctively. It was still closed behind me. The small window showed only the hallway lights, empty. "Margaret," I said again, moving closer to the bed, placing a hand on the rail to ground myself. "Who is coming?" Her eyes flicked to me for a fraction of a second, and in that moment there was recognition. Then they snapped back to the same fixed point. "The man," she said. "The man in black." The words landed with a clarity that cut through every rational explanation I'd been holding on to. I hadn't described him. I hadn't said anything about what I'd seen. There was no way for her to know. Felt the same pressure from earlier return, not on my shoulder this time, but in the air itself, like the room had subtly shifted and I was standing somewhere slightly misaligned from where I should be. "Margaret, listen to me," I said, forcing my voice to stay steady. "There's no one else here. You're safe." She shook her head, small, sharp movements. "No," she said. "He's here. He's waiting." The monitor beside her began to tick faster. Not erratic, but elevated. Her breathing quickened, shallow and uneven. I reached for the call button to alert the rest of the team, keeping my eyes on her. "When did you see him?" I asked, more to keep her engaged than anything else. Her gaze didn't move. "He stands outside," she said. "He smiles. The same details. The same stillness. The same expression." A sound came from the hallway. Not a voice, not footsteps, just a subtle shift like air moving through a space that had been closed. I turned toward the door again. For a moment, I thought I saw something past the small window. Not a figure, not clearly. Just a darkening, a brief interruption of the light that moved from one side to the other and then was gone. I opened the door. The corridor stretched empty in both directions. Light steady, doors closed, no movement. I stepped just outside the room, scanning left and right. Nothing. No one. Behind me, Margaret's voice rose again, sharper this time. "He's coming," she repeated. I went back in immediately, closing the door behind me. Her hands were gripping the sheet now, knuckles pale. Her eyes tracked something I couldn't see, moving slowly from the door toward the side of the bed. I followed her gaze. There was nothing there, but the space felt occupied, not in a way I could point to or measure, just a certainty that something had entered the room and taken a position that only she could fully perceive. "Margaret," I said, lowering my voice, trying to anchor her. "Stay with me. Look at me." For a second she did. Her eyes met mine, and in them was a level of fear I hadn't seen in her before. Not confusion, not pain, recognition. Then her gaze shifted past me again. Her expression changed. The panic didn't disappear, but it sharpened, focused into something almost resigned. Her grip on the sheet loosened slightly, fingers trembling. "He's here," she said. The monitor continued its steady, elevated rhythm. No alarms, no sudden drops or spikes, just a sustained tension like a held breath that hadn't yet been released. I became acutely aware of my own body, the position of my feet on the floor, the distance between me and the bed, the angle of the door behind me. Every detail felt precise, as if I needed to memorize it for later. The air near my shoulder shifted again, not a full touch this time, just a proximity, close enough that I could feel the faint difference in temperature, like someone standing just out of sight. I didn't turn. Every instinct told me not to. Margaret's eyes followed something moving slowly around the bed, stopping somewhere near where I stood. Her breathing steadied slightly, though her expression didn't soften. "He's looking at you now," she said. The words settled into the room with a weight that didn't dissipate. I kept my gaze on her, forcing myself to stay present, to remain the point of reference she could hold on to. My hand tightened on the bed rail without me realizing it. The moment stretched. Then, gradually, the pressure in the room eased. It wasn't dramatic, no sudden shift, just a slow release, like tension unwinding from a tightly wound coil. Margaret's shoulders dropped a fraction. Her breathing deepened. The intensity in her eyes dimmed, though it didn't disappear entirely. She blinked, once, twice, as if adjusting to a different light. "He's gone," she said quietly. The words were almost an exhale. I waited, watching her, listening to the monitor as it settled back toward its baseline rhythm. The room felt normal again, or as normal as it ever did. I stayed with her for a while after that, documenting the episode, checking her vitals, making sure she was stable. She didn't mention the man again. When I asked her later if she remembered what had happened, she said she'd had a bad dream. Nothing more specific. I didn't push it. The rest of the shift passed without incident, but I didn't forget the sequence. The hand on my shoulder, the man in black outside the door, the way he had disappeared, the way Margaret had described him without any prompting, matching exactly what I had seen. Physical sensation, visual sighting, verbal confirmation, each step building on the last, removing any space for coincidence. I checked the corridor cameras the next night during a break. There was no footage of anyone standing outside 312 at that time. No gap, no distortion, just an empty hallway exactly as it had looked when I opened the door. Margaret's condition declined 2 days later. Not suddenly, not dramatically, just a gradual shift that became irreversible. She passed during the early hours in the same room with the same steady lights and quiet monitors. I wasn't on shift when it happened, but I found myself standing outside 312 the next night looking at the closed door, the small window reflecting the hallway lights back at me. I stayed there longer than I needed to, watching the glass, expecting at any moment to see a figure form behind it or beside it, standing still, smiling. Nothing appeared. The corridor remained empty, but I couldn't shake the certainty that if I had come a little earlier or stayed a little longer, I might have seen him again, waiting in that exact spot just outside the room, patient and unmoving until the moment he was no longer needed. I first noticed the sound because the patient wouldn't stop describing it, and I don't mean in the vague, drifting way people sometimes talk about pain or fear. I mean he kept pointing at the wall with a kind of steady insistence, like he was identifying a stain only he could see, and every time I stepped closer he would track me with his eyes and say it was louder there. It was late morning, bright enough that the room felt overexposed, sunlight flattening everything into hard edges. The bed rails, the IV pole, the clean seam where the wall met the floor. Nothing about it suggested anything hidden. I had been on shift for a few hours already, moving between routine checks, chart updates, and the quiet choreography of a ward that runs on repetition. He was my last patient before lunch, admitted overnight for observation after reporting persistent auditory disturbances. "They're inside it," he had told intake, according to the notes. Not in my head, in the wall. I remember standing at the foot of his bed, clipboard angled against my palm, trying to place him mid-40s, no obvious distress beyond the fixation. Vitals stable. He didn't look like someone unraveling. He looked irritated, like a man who had been trying to explain something simple and wasn't being heard. I stepped closer to the wall. He kept indicating. It was just drywall, painted the same pale tone as every other room on the floor. No fixtures, no vents nearby. I tapped it lightly with my knuckles. Hollow, consistent. "What do you hear?" I asked, keeping my voice neutral. He didn't hesitate. "A heart," he said. "Not mine. It's wrong." That phrasing stayed with me longer than I expected. Not mine. I made a note, more out of habit than belief. Auditory report. Heartbeat localized to wall. I'd heard stranger descriptions, and most of them dissolved under observation. Stress, medication side effects, the way silence can start to fill itself if you give it enough time. Still, I leaned in a little closer, more to reassure him than anything else. I pressed my ear lightly against the surface. At first, there was nothing. Just the faint ambient hum of the building, air circulation, distant footsteps, the muffled presence of other rooms. I straightened, ready to move on. Then he said quietly, "Wait." I paused, not because I expected anything, but because his tone had shifted. It wasn't urgent, it was certain. I leaned in again, this time letting the side of my head rest more fully against the wall. There was still the hum, the low mechanical breath of the hospital, but beneath it so faint I almost dismissed it as a pattern. My brain was imposing. There was something else. A soft, intermittent pressure, like a pulse you feel more than hear. I pulled back immediately, annoyed with myself for even entertaining it. "There's nothing there," I said more firmly than I needed to. He watched me without reacting. "You heard it." "I heard the building," I corrected, making a note to flag his chart for a psych consult. "That's all." But as I finished writing, I realized my own heartbeat felt slightly out of sync with itself, like I had been listening to something that almost matched it but didn't. I left the room with that sensation lingering, a subtle mismatch I couldn't quite shake. By early afternoon, I had almost forgotten about it. The ward was busier then. Discharges, new admissions, a brief issue with a monitor that kept throwing false alarms. Routine filled the gaps where stray thoughts might settle. It wasn't until one of the maintenance staff came up to check a separate issue on the floor that the memory resurfaced. He was leaning casually against the hallway wall outside the patient's room while we talked, his shoulder pressed flat against the same structure that bordered the room from the other side. He stopped mid-sentence. I noticed it because his posture changed. Not dramatically, just a slight shift, like he was adjusting for comfort. Then he pressed his hand against the wall, fingers spread. "You feel that?" he asked. I frowned. "Feel what?" He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he leaned more of his weight into it, turning his head slightly as if aligning himself with something. "There's a vibration," he said finally. "Like, I don't know, a pump or something running behind it." That word pump landed harder than it should have. "There's no mechanical room on this side," I said. I knew the layout well enough. Storage, patient rooms, a small utility closet further down. Nothing that would produce a localized rhythmic vibration like that. He tapped the wall with the heel of his hand, then pressed his ear against it without hesitation. I watched him, waiting for the moment he'd shrug it off. Instead, he pulled back slowly, his expression tightening in a way that didn't fit the casual curiosity from a second ago. "That's not a pump," he said. I felt the same irritation I'd had earlier, sharper now, because it was shared. "Then what is it?" He hesitated, then gave a short dismissive shake of his head. Probably just echo from somewhere else. Buildings do weird things with sound. He pushed off the wall and moved on to the issue he'd been called for, leaving me standing there with the faint impression that something had just been acknowledged, and then deliberately set aside. I didn't intend to go back into the room immediately, but a few minutes later I found myself outside his door again, hand hovering over the handle. When I stepped in, he was exactly as I'd left him, sitting upright, eyes already fixed on the wall. "It got louder," he said. I didn't respond. Instead, I crossed the room and placed my palm flat against the surface. There it was again. Not loud, not even distinctly audible in the traditional sense, but there was a rhythm, slow, steady, unmistakably organic in its cadence. It didn't match my pulse. It didn't match anything I could feel internally. I pressed harder, as if pressure might clarify it. The sensation didn't change. "Can you mark where it's strongest?" I asked. He pointed immediately. A precise spot about shoulder height. I memorized it. The rest of the shift blurred around that point. I checked on other patients, completed tasks, spoke to colleagues, but my awareness kept drifting back to that section of wall, to the idea of something hidden behind a surface that had no reason to conceal anything. By late afternoon, I had escalated it. Not formally, there was no protocol for possible heartbeat in structural wall, but enough that facilities agreed to take a closer look. It was framed as a potential plumbing or equipment issue, something that could be justified without invoking anything subjective. They arrived with tools that made the situation feel more concrete. Stud finders, small cutting instruments, a portable scope. The patient was temporarily moved to another room, though he resisted, insisting that we were taking him away from it. "It's not going anywhere," I told him, and immediately realized how that sounded. The maintenance worker from earlier was there again, along with another technician. They started by scanning the wall, mapping out the internal structure. Studs, wiring paths, empty spaces. Everything appeared standard, nothing unusual. One of them said, running the device slowly across the surface. "Check here," I said, indicating the exact spot the patient had pointed to. He passed the scanner over it, then paused. "What?" I asked. "It was quite superficial. I think really drove real trombel. I went the one a spit real spur started flowing. It's denser here," he said. "Like there's something behind the drywall that's not in the plans." "What kind of something?" He shrugged. "Could be debris. Old construction material. Happens sometimes." He switched tools, marking a small square on the wall. The sound I had felt barely perceptible before seemed to sharpen in my awareness as he began cutting. Not louder exactly, more defined. The first slice through the drywall was clean, controlled. Dust fell in a thin line to the floor. I found myself holding my breath. They removed the section carefully, revealing the cavity behind it. At first it looked like any other wooden studs. Insulation. A narrow gap running vertically. Then one of them reached in and pulled something forward slightly, dislodging it from where it had been wedged. It wasn't debris. It was wrapped in something that had once been white, now aged into a dull, uneven color. Cloth, maybe. It had been folded around whatever it contained, pressed tightly into the space as if hidden deliberately. "Gloves," I said automatically, though they were already wearing them. He set it down on a clean surface, and for a moment no one moved. The room felt smaller. "Open it," the other technician said, his voice lower than before. The first one hesitated, then carefully unfolded the cloth. What lay inside was unmistakable, an anatomical heart, preserved but not in any formal way I recognized. It wasn't desiccated, it wasn't decayed. It had a firmness to it, a retained shape that suggested it had been treated, though how or when I couldn't say. For a second, everything in the room seemed to align around it. The memory of the patient's words, the sensation in the wall, the maintenance worker's reaction, and then I saw it. A slight movement, not dramatic, not enough to be called motion in any active sense, but a subtle contraction, a tightening and release that didn't belong to something inert. No one spoke. I became acutely aware of my own pulse, loud and insistent in my ears, and of how it did not match what I was seeing. It's one of them started, then stopped. The contraction happened again, faint but undeniable. We didn't touch it again after that. The room shifted into a different mode. Containment, documentation, escalation to departments far beyond our usual scope. The wall was left open, the object secured under observation. The patient was brought back later, against my initial recommendation. He stood in the doorway, looking past all of us to the exposed section. "It's quiet now," he said. I glanced at the surface where the heart had been, then at the container where it now rested. The movement had stopped. I checked on it once more, before the end of my shift, standing alone in the room with the container sealed and labeled. The wall still open behind it like a missing piece in a puzzle that no longer fit together cleanly. There was no sound, no vibration, nothing to suggest it had ever been anything other than an object removed from a place it shouldn't have been. But when I placed my hand lightly against the exposed interior of the wall against the wood, the empty space where it had been hidden, I felt a faint residual rhythm like an echo that hadn't fully dissipated. It didn't last. By the time I pulled my hand away, it was gone. The report I filed was as precise as I could make it, stripped of interpretation, focused only on what had been observed. The patient's claim, the independent verification, the discovery, No conclusions. I avoided that hallway for a while after that. Not out of fear exactly, but because it was easier to move through the rest of the ward without the constant awareness of that space, of what had been inside it. Weeks later, the wall was repaired. Fresh drywall, new paint, no visible sign anything had been disturbed. The room was reassigned. I passed by once during a morning round, sunlight hitting it the same way it had that first day, flattening everything into clean, ordinary lines. I didn't stop, but as I moved past, there was a moment, brief, almost imperceptible, where my own heartbeat seemed to fall out of sync again, just slightly, like it was adjusting to something nearby that no longer had a source. I kept walking, telling myself it was nothing, that whatever had been there was gone, documented, contained. Still, I haven't pressed my ear against another wall since then, and I don't think I ever will again, because I know now how little separates what we dismiss as imagined from what we eventually uncover, and how sometimes the only difference between them is a layer of plaster, thin enough to hide something that can still be heard, if you're close enough. The elevator wasn't supposed to stop between floors, and it definitely wasn't supposed to open on one that no longer existed. I noticed it first at 2:17 a.m., halfway through a routine transport run I'd done so many times. It had turned mechanical. I had a chart tucked under my arm, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, and the faint antiseptic smell that clung to everything in the building. I pressed level 3 like always. The door slid shut. The car hummed upward, and then it slowed. That wasn't unusual. What was unusual was the soft chime that followed, and the way the digital display flickered, 3, then blank, then a dash I'd never seen before. The doors opened anyway. There was no floor number on the wall outside, just a corridor stretching forward. Lights dimmed to a dull gray, and a low, steady fog pooling across the tiles like something that had leaked and never been cleaned. I didn't step out. I remember that clearly. I just stood there, watching the fog drift in a place where air circulation should have kept everything sterile. There were no vents pushing it, no drafts. It moved slowly, deliberately, like it had weight. Then the doors closed again. I rode the rest of the way to level 3 without touching anything. Finished my task and told myself it had been a glitch. Old hospital, older elevator, electrical quirks. I even checked the maintenance log later. Nothing out of the ordinary, no reports, no service requests, but I couldn't shake the image of that hallway. I've always been a rational person. It's part of the job. In a psychiatric facility, you learn quickly how important it is to separate perception from reality. Patients come in with certainty about things that aren't there, events that didn't happen. My role is to ground, to verify, to document. So I went back the next night, and the same time, same elevator, I pressed level 3 again, and this time I kept my eyes on the display. The numbers climbed normally, 1, 2, and then stalled. The hum deepened, like the motor was straining against something heavier than cables. The dash appeared again. The chime sounded. The doors opened. The hallway was still there. Fog again, thicker this time, hugging the floor and rising just enough to blur the edges of the walls. The overhead lights flickered faintly, not enough to fail, just enough to make the space feel unstable. There were doors along the corridor, evenly spaced, all closed. No signage, no room numbers, no sound. I checked the panel behind me. No floor indicator, no emergency light, just the open doors and the quiet hum of the elevator waiting. This time I stepped out. The temperature dropped immediately. Not dramatically, but enough to register. Cooler than the rest of the building. The air felt damp, heavier than it should have been indoors. I turned back once, just to mark my exit point. The elevator was still there, doors open, light spilling into the fog. It looked normal from the outside. Ordinary. I took a few steps forward. The sound of my shoes against the tile was muted, like the fog absorbed it. I remember thinking that didn't make sense. Fog doesn't do that. It doesn't affect sound like that. I raised my wrist to check the time. 2-line time, AM. I lowered my arm and kept moving. There was a smell now, faint but distinct. Not rot, not decay. Something cleaner than that, like old disinfectant layered over something that had once been worse. I reached the first door on the right and placed my hand on the handle. It was cold. I didn't open it. I don't know why. Curiosity should have pushed me further. Instead, I stood there, listening. The silence wasn't empty. It felt occupied, like there was something just beyond the threshold of hearing. Something waiting for me to focus on it. I checked my watch again. 5:26 a.m. I froze. For a second, I thought I'd misread it. My eyes flicked back to the face, expecting it to correct itself. It didn't. The second hand moved smoothly, ticking forward like nothing was wrong. My chest tightened. I looked back toward the elevator. It was gone. Not closed. Not hidden. Gone. The space where it had been was just more corridor, more fog, more of those identical doors stretching in both directions. I turned slowly, trying to orient myself. There hadn't been this much hallway before. I was certain of that. When the doors had opened, I'd seen maybe 20 feet ahead. Now it extended much farther, the lights repeating at even intervals, fading into the haze. I took a step back. The floor felt solid, normal, but something about the perspective was off, like distances weren't holding steady. The walls seemed to shift slightly when I wasn't looking directly at them. I checked my watch again. 5:27 a.m. Seconds passed normally. Minutes passed normally. But 3 hours had already disappeared. I tried to retrace my steps, moving back toward where the elevator should have been. I counted doorways in my head, not out loud, just enough to track distance. The fog thickened slightly as I moved, brushing against my legs, curling around my shoes. The smell grew stronger. At some point, I realized I was no longer sure which direction I'd originally walked. That's when the lights flickered harder. One of them dimmed completely for a second, plunging a section of the hallway into shadow. When it came back, I saw something that hadn't been there before. One of the doors was open, just a few inches, enough to reveal darkness inside. I stopped. The rest of the corridor remained unchanged. Closed doors, steady fog, but that one gap drew my attention in a way that felt deliberate. I approached it slowly. The handle was the same cold metal. The door itself looked identical to the others. No markings, no signs of damage. I pushed it open. The room inside was empty. No furniture, no equipment, just bare walls and the same gray light filtering in from the hallway. The fog didn't enter. It stopped at the threshold as if held back by an invisible barrier. I stepped inside. The temperature dropped again, sharper this time. My breath became faintly visible. The air felt still, completely still, like it hadn't been disturbed in years. I turned in a slow circle. There was nothing. No windows, no vents, no indication of purpose. I checked my watch. 8:41 a.m. I hadn't felt any passage of time. No hunger, no fatigue. Just the steady awareness of seconds moving forward. I walked back to the doorway. The hallway was gone. In its place was a wall. Flat, seamless. No outline of a door. No gap where I'd entered. I pressed my hand against it. Solid, cold. I moved along the surface, searching for any irregularity. There was none. The room had no exit. For the first time, I felt something break in my reasoning. Not panic exactly, but the recognition that the situation didn't fit any model I understood. Mechanical failure didn't explain this. Structural error didn't explain this. Even a hallucination didn't explain the consistency of the watch, the physical sensation of the environment. I forced myself to slow down, observe, document. That's what I'd been trained to do. The room was square, roughly 10 feet on each side. No visible seams in the walls. The light had no clear source, but it was steady. The temperature was low but stable. I checked my watch again. 8:42 a.m. Time was still moving forward. I closed my eyes for a moment, just to reset my focus. When I opened them, the door was back. Not the wall, the door. Slightly ajar, exactly as it had been before. The fog was visible again in the hallway beyond. I didn't hesitate. I stepped through immediately. The corridor stretched out in both directions, unchanged except for the density of the fog. It seemed thicker now, rising higher, brushing against my waist. I turned to orient myself again, and that's when I saw the elevator. It wasn't where it had been. It was farther down the hallway, partially obscured by the haze. Its doors opened just enough to reveal the light inside. I moved toward it. The distance didn't behave the way it should have. The elevator seemed to remain the same size no matter how many steps I took. Like I was moving without getting closer. The walls shifted subtly at the edges of my vision, the doors appearing and disappearing in patterns that didn't repeat. I kept going. My watch read 11:03 a.m. I had no sense of having spent that long walking. The elevator finally began to grow larger, the edges sharpening as I approached. The light inside flickered once, twice, then steadied. I reached the threshold and stepped inside. The doors closed immediately. The hum returned, familiar and grounding. The panel lit up again, displaying numbers as if nothing had happened. The car descended. When the doors opened, I was back on level 3. The lighting was normal. The air was dry and sterile. The faint background noise of the hospital, distant footsteps, muted voices, equipment returned all at once. I checked my watch. 2:21 a.m. 2 minutes after I had first stepped out. I stood there for a long time, trying to reconcile it. The chart was still under my arm. The building hadn't changed. Nothing had shifted, except the time on my watch during that interval. I reported the elevator malfunction. Maintenance checked it. No issues found. I requested access to old building plans. There had been a floor between levels 2 and 3 once, sealed off decades ago after a structural concern. It wasn't removed, just closed, disconnected, erased from operational use. No one I spoke to remembered it being accessible. I still take that elevator. Sometimes it runs normally, sometimes it doesn't. I've learned not to step out anymore. But every so often, late at night, it slows between floors. The display flickers to that same empty dash, and the doors open just enough for the fog to press against the threshold, waiting for me to make the same decision again, while my watch ticks forward without me